welcome to the stream. The last stream in probably about a week's time. Probably the longest break I'll have from streaming in, I'm going to say years. A full week off stream. I think I've gotten close, but I want to say a week is about as long of a break for off of stream that I've had since when I had maybe technical issues with the stream years ago, as or like my or like when I had to break when I bought the current PC I use, and so I had to buy. I just stopped streaming for a bit because I was buying the PC parts and then building the PC, and then had to build it, and then got that running up for stream, and that took some time to get everything, and then. But that was like the transition from the scuffed era to now, this whatever the modern era that we've been on the last several years. I don't know. I want to say, yeah, a week is long. I'm gonna aim for about 3 hours or so today. If you're booting this up, if this is gonna be part 3 on the VODs for Metal Gear Solid 2, or if you watch live, partly because of the bit, and partly because I'm genuinely interested, actually interested. No lies being said by me right now. I kind of want to read this thing. Now, good news, sometime in between yesterday, when I said it was 400 pages, and then the first time we saw during the first stream that it was super long, it's not 400 pages. This story is like 300 and something pages. I think in my head, at some point, I combined the 100+ pages of The Shocking Conspiracy and the 300+ pages of The Darkness Shadow Moses, and I was like, oh, it's 400. It's only like 300 something. We'll see here in a second. But out of genuine curiosity, we're going to start the stream. It might take a couple hours, but me reading on here for a couple hours is nothing new. Honestly, again, I said this yesterday. If you're watching the VOD of this, you have the advantage of just skipping ahead if you don't want to hear me read the story. Story time with Austin. But for everyone who does want to be told a story. Now, we read this one yesterday, and it was basically like I keep describing it as like a flavor text way to recap the events, kind of the first game. But in it, this is mentioned. This being written by Naomi, yeah? I think it was Naomi. So we're going to read this. In the Darkness of Shadow Moses, the unofficial truth. No, this is not Naomi. Is this Nastasha? My bad. I mixed the end names up. Already off to a bad start. 324 pages. How long can it actually take? It probably, like I said, I think at worst, it's like 2.5 hours. And then that means we get to play like Metal Gear Solid for like 30 minutes or so. 30 to 45 to an hour. 30, 45, 60 minutes. If it goes quicker, then we play more Metal Gear Solid. I dedicate this book to the casualties of Shadow Moses, as well as to all those who suffered the tyranny of the nuclear weapons, and to Richard Ames. It's Nastasha Romanenko. Let's begin. I wonder at what page number I'm going to regret actually taking this on. Sorry, I got to make sure my phone is muted. I realize my phone is on the desk. Okay. Can't have that. I'm a professional. Can't have my ringer going off. Alright, prologue. Shadow Moses Island. Some degrees north, some degrees west. Even the local fishermen rarely venture to this outcropping of land, yet the incident of all incidents took place on this remote isle, north of Alaska's Fox Islands. A number of confirmed facts undermine the U.S. government's denial of the entire affair. Among those are the sudden appearance of the Ohio-class nuclear submarine USS Discovery off Shadow Moses, far away from its designated position, and an official record that shows that a squadron of 6 fully armed F-117 Nighthawks departed from Galena Air Force Base for Alaska a scant 16 hours later. In another possibly related event, an E-3C AWACS on emergency deployment to the Alaska area is said to have had none other than the then National Security Advisor Jim Houseman as its onboard VIP. What exactly happened on Shadow Moses? There was no lack of rumors to account for the series of unusual military activities. An armed incursion, a coup attempt by a branch of the military, and other theories made its way to the public table. I can state unequivocally that none of them came close to the truth. What actually took place was the single greatest terrorist incident in modern history. It was an act of political violence on a scale the world had never seen, a blow that threatened to send the Damocles sword of nuclear warfare into free fall. Most significant of all, the attack stemmed from several so-called black projects which the U.S. government had been conducting in top secret away from public scrutiny. I have in my hand 2 optical discs. One contains the entire record of events that took place on Shadow Moses Island that fateful day, the takeover of a nuclear weapons disposal plant by an armed group. Other key points of this incredible record are the identification of the perpetrators as the government's own genetically enhanced next-generation commandos and a covert special forces squad, Foxhound, with a long dark history of secret intervention. The existence of one Metal Gear Rex, a bipedal nuclear-capable tank whose development was one of the most classified projects of all time, the discovery of a massive government conspiracy, the activities of a former Foxhound operative who single-handedly took on this daunting situation and averted the crisis, a man who is known only by his codename, Solid Snake. The remaining disc holds the details of Project Foxdie, a massive cover-up, which the U.S. government planned and executed in order to prevent exposure. There are, after all, forces within the U.S. government who seek to maintain the military power structure established in the last century and will not hesitate to resuscitate the terror of nuclear arms in order to achieve that end. My intent is to expose their activity and the entirety of the Shadow Moses affair through this book. Only then can we hope to free the coming generations from the Demnosa Hereditas of the 20th century nuclear arms race. I cannot believe I'm doing this. I looked up from the massive documents at the sound of the doorbell. On the monitor in front of me was a half-finished status report of the resurgence of nuclear arms development in a certain Middle Eastern state. The UNSCOM, United Nations Special Commission, had officially requested a survey by the UN weapons inspectors and had been refused entry. Tensions were once again running high in the Gulf. As a military analyst whose specialty was nuclear arms, I was under contract from a think tank to produce a study of the situation. It was due the day after the next, and interruptions were definitely not welcome. I ground out my cigarette in the ashtray and stepped out of the study. All visitors to my house are checked via surveillance camera and then let in through the heavy gate. The property itself is surrounded by a high wall. It may seem like overkill for a beach community, but security is a necessity in greater Los Angeles, if only to keep out the legion of swimsuit-clad tourists. However, there was nobody to be seen at the gate. It was either a prank or the camera was malfunctioning. Reluctant to investigate but feeling unsettled nonetheless, I headed back to the study and sat back down at the computer to continue my work. Just then, someone spoke behind me. "You always were a little careless." I spun around, kicking my chair over. There was a man standing at the entrance to the study, slouching in a well-tailored suit. "Richard!" He caught my eye and grinned. Ignoring my surprise, he strolled into the room, gazing around at the pile of books and papers. "And as disorganized as ever." He shrugged his shoulders in a familiar gesture, triggering a wave of memories laced with bitterness. Richard Ames and I were married, once upon a time. We were both young and working for the DIA, Defense Intelligence Agency. We spent much of our brief marriage in disagreement over virtually every issue, and just as I came to realize that our union was a mistake, he disappeared from my life. A while later, I received the paperwork for divorce from his lawyer. There was a generous alimony offer involved, which I refused. Not only did I find the thought of owing him anything intolerable, I also wanted to prove that he was not the only one who could walk away without an explanation. The divorce was finalized without us ever meeting face to face, and we were legally strangers once again. In the 5 years since, I quit the DIA and became a freelance analyst. I had not seen Richard at all, nor even heard of his whereabouts. "How'd you get in here?" I demanded. After all, attempting to scale the wall or force the front door would immediately trigger the security system, but he refused to be ruffled. "If you're going to use a flimsy lock like that, may as well not bother. Recommend a more professional security setup." "Does the term breaking and entering mean anything to you, Richard?" "You know, law isn't my field of expertise," he replied nimbly and peered over my shoulder at the report on the computer display. "Radioisotope projectile separator, uranium-235, production feasibility for high-speed gas centrifuge. This must be about that Middle East nuke development. Looks like your career's going well. That's great." I pushed Richard aside and asked him flatly, "What do you want?" He took a step back and regarded me with a slightly mischievous smile. "What, you afraid I came back to give us another chance?" He let the silence linger as if to relish my reaction. Then, suddenly formal, he continued, "It's..." choked up. "It's an official request from the DIA." He placed a folder on the desk. "I'm asking for your cooperation as a member of NEST. NEST stands for Nuclear Emergency Search Team, a group that operates on the Department of Energy budget. It was established in 1974 to provide technological support to the FBI in areas of intelligence, investigation, site securement, damage containment, and medical response during incidents involving criminal threats of nuclear weapon use. Call it a band of experts on nuclear terrorism, if you will. NEST consists of independently contracted scientists from federally funded research entities like Los Alamos and Lawrence Livermore. and military specialists formed groups dealing with nuclear arms issues. I happen to be one of the latter group. Richard was opening the file folder. You've heard of Shadow Moses Island, I assume? I nodded at assent. I'd indeed heard of the remote place north of Alaska's Fox Islands. Though it was hardly public knowledge, the island is home to a nuclear weapons disposal facility. According to the terms of the START II Strategic Arms Reduction Treaty, total number of tactical nuclear warheads owned by the U.S. and Russia were reduced to somewhere between 3,000 and 3,500 in the later decades of the 20th century. The outcome was a massive number of warheads in need of disposal when there was already a shortage of storage space for radioactive materials. As a result, warheads had to be kept somewhere before they could be dismantled and the radioactive elements extracted for long-term storage. The Shadow Moses facility was the answer. It was the crystallization of the forces of nuclear proliferation, political engineering that gives preference to delaying a solution rather than producing one, and a hidden military agenda to preserve what it could of the old nuclear stockpile. Richard took out several photographs from the folder and handed them to me. They all appeared to be satellite captures of the nuclear weapons disposal plant on Shadow Moses Island, perhaps acquired from the NRO, National Reconnaissance Office. There were multiple human figures around the building structures. Richard broke the silence. The disposal plant was seized by terrorists. I looked up sharply at the news, but his next words left me speechless. And the ringleaders are Foxhound members. An irregular team of the best commandos the military has to offer, armed with cutting-edge technology. That was Foxhound. The best of the best and completely unknown to the public they ostensibly serve. Their function was to intervene in the kind of low-intensity conflicts the U.S. could not officially touch. They were the shadow soldiers of numerous regional conflicts and civil wars, shaping history with sabotage, selective assassination, and other covert acts of war. Richard had more to say. It's not just Foxhound that's involved in this. Foxhound was conducting joint exercises with the Next Generation Special Forces, and they're part of the takeover as well. The Next Generation Special Forces is an aggressive anti-terrorism squad deployed to counter acts of political violence involving weapons of mass destruction such as nuclear, biological, and chemical warfare methods. Combat philosophy is derived from the one used for Force 21, and most of the recruits come from a mercenary background. The men are intensively trained in VR environment, and their combat capability is estimated to be well beyond even those of Delta Force or the Night Stalkers. While the government categorically denies the accusation, there are persistent rumors that the men have been genetically enhanced to increase tactical advantage. Foxhound and the Next Generation Special Forces. They're without a doubt the most skilled group of fighting men produced by the U.S., and they had hijacked a nuclear arsenal. Richard had more bad news. There are also civilian hostages involved. Two of them happen to be the DARPA chief, Donald Anderson, and Kenneth Baker, the president of Arms Tech, Inc. The Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency is the research satellite of the U.S. Defense Department, charged with planning and leading the development of new weapons technology. AT happens to be one of the top 3 defense contractors in the country. There's no such thing as a coincidence, especially the kind that involves the head of these two organizations meeting in an out-of-the-way nuclear weapons disposal plant. I decided to be direct with Richard. There was something going on in that disposal facility, I take it. Let me guess, a demonstration of a new weapon? How should I know? Shadow Moses is also a prime Northern Lights observation locale, you know? Whatever Richard knew, he wasn't telling, but his evasiveness only confirmed my suspicions. Whatever was going on, this was no ordinary terrorist incident. With that in mind, I moved on to another point. What are their demands? They want a body. Not just any corpse, though. They want Foxhound's founder, Big Boss. Legendary soldier, best fighting man of the 20th century, the whole works. His body? Why would they want something like that so badly? No idea, but unless they have it within 24 hours, they'll launch a nuclear strike. Richard glanced at the watch coolly. So we have about 19 hours. You don't seem too worried. DoD is already working on the situation. Just as I'd suspected, Richard always has a plan in place and the machinery in motion before opening up to someone else. All he asks from others is approval after the fact. Shadow Moses is completely locked down. We had to rule out deploying an entire assault team. Instead, we're inserting a single operative to free the hostages and prevent the nuclear strike. Impossible. Possible for Solid Snake. Solid Snake, the former Foxhound, a legend among mercenaries for single-handedly bringing down the fortress cities of Outer Heaven and Zanzibar Land? Yes, with Solid Snake in the picture, there was a possibility of success. But still, USS Discovery, an Ohio-class nuclear submarine, is already in place with Snake aboard. So the plan was already to go. I looked at Richard in the eye and held his gaze. And what do I have to do with all this? He grinned. Snake may be a legend, but he knows jack about nuclear weapons, which is why I'm asking you to be a part of mission support. We'll have you set up in no time. Right on cue, 2 men started to move a large piece of hardware, apparently communication equipment, into the study. Richard nodded towards the bulky load. I'd like you to be available to Snake for consultation via satellite link-up. As soon as the equipment was in place, an engineer type started to make adjustments. I could see another group of men setting up a satellite dish in the backyard. They were all in civilian clothes, but not a few of them had the build and the oddly fitting jacket that marked them as armed military personnel. Clearly, refusal was not an option, but there was still something that puzzled me. Nest has a small investigative team, SRT, on standby at all times for immediate response. They were stationed at Nellis AFB in Las Vegas, just over Nevada. Clearly, they were the natural choice for this assignment. And if not the SRT, the DIA also had a number of qualified nuclear weapons specialists. Richard had started to direct his men on where to set up the equipment, but I interrupted him. Why me? He turned and answered without missing a beat. I need people I can trust. There's too much at stake. It was a lie. The Richard Ames I knew trusted no one, but it was clear that whatever the reason, he did not intend to tell me. It's a good thing I was in. What would you have done if I weren't? You had to be somewhere. We would have located you. Sure you would have. So are you in? Took a deep breath. Of course. I don't enjoy being a pawn, especially Richard's, but I had no intention of standing by while nuclear terrorism was in progress. A nuclear strike takes an untold number of lives, all in the blink of an eye. Adults and infants, women and men, it kills indiscriminately. If there was a chance that I could do something to stay the hand on the nuclear button, I had to do it. So everything is set? Richard slapped a fist into the other palm. Insertion was a success. Snake is on Shadow Moses. Richard walked into the study with the update he just received from one of his men. The study was almost unrecognizable, thanks in part to the racks of communication hardware. Cables snaked across every square inch of available space, and engineers and DIA agents were coming and going in controlled chaos. The place looked like what it was now. Nope. The place looked like what it now was, a temporary mission control room. Richard laid a hand on my shoulder. You should be hearing from him soon. You're clear on how to use the radio? I nodded assent. While the engineers were busy setting up the equipment, I'd been briefed on its use as well as the mission. Snake had been delivered to the general area of Shadow Moses Island by USS Discovery, an Ohio-class nuclear submarine. He was then ejected from the submarine on a swimmer delivery vehicle, SDV, which he abandoned once within the range of underwater listening devices located near the disposal plant. He would swim the rest of the way in the freezing cold Bering Sea water. This last leg of the insertion struck me as nothing short of suicidal until I learned that Solid Snake was outfitted with a state-of-the-art sneaking suit and had been injected with a compound designed to prevent the onset of hypothermia. In addition, while Snake would be the only field operative involved, he would be in radio contact with the support team during much of the mission. The members of the support team drew from a wide range of backgrounds. The mission control officer was Colonel Ray Campbell, who would remain aboard the USS Discovery. I knew him by reputation alone. He was a former Foxhound commander and Solid Snake's CO during the quelling of the 1999 Zanzibar land uprising. He had retired soon after, but from the looks of things, he had been called out of retirement for this mission. Dr. Naomi Hunter, genetic engineering expert on temporary assignment from the Gentech giant ATGC, was also on the team. She had apparently been leading the bioengineering program for Foxhound. Richard matter-of-factly confirmed that both Foxhound and the Next Generation Special Forces had been undergoing genetic manipulation to enhance their combat capability. I have a difficult time grasping what we have to come to, modifying a person's essential genetic structure for the sake of creating a better soldier. Also aboard the Discovery was Mei Ling, the inventor of the new radar and communication system deployed for this mission. She was something of an engineering wonderkin, an MIT student who managed to turn the current protocol of secure communication completely on its head. Last of the support team was McDonnell Miller, a former survival instructor for Foxhound. Unlike the rest of us, he had volunteered his services upon receiving news of the incident on Shadow Moses. Like myself, he was working via satellite link-up from his home in Alaska. The five of us were more than equipped to support Snake from our respective areas of expertise, but Snake was still a lone field operative, and the mission was a desperate one. Despite that, Richard maintained that this was the most workable plan produced by the DoD situational analysis. In hindsight, perhaps I should have suspected something then. The signs of conspiracy were there, cleverly disguised as was in a seemingly reckless mission plan, but we failed to see it, and both Solid Snake and I were to regret our folly bitterly. It's time, Nastasha, Richard called out as the call signal came on. The line was already live as I nodded to him and took my position. I could feel myself growing keener, more on edge. This is Nastasha Romanenko. Good to meet you, Solid Snake. You the nuke expert that the Colonel was talking about? The voice that responded over the radio was, above all things, calm. Here was a man operating alone out of a deeply hostile territory. I could sense nothing resembling tension or impatience in his tone. Instead, it was as level and unruffled as someone answering a routine telephone call at their office desk. Impressed, I continued on. Correct. If you have any questions about nuclear technology, all you need to do is ask. My department is military analysis, so I should be able to provide support with weapons information as well. I was called into this mission as a NEST consultant, and I'd like to emphasize that my cooperation was freely given. I have no intention of allowing any nuclear strikes on my watch, let alone the rogue kind. Let me work with you on this one. You get to the point fast, don't you? There's a missile that's about to fly. A nuclear strike can never be someone else's problem, and I'm not good at standing around twiddling my thumbs. Not that I can do little more than advise on this case. The fact was all too obvious. Snake was the one who was putting his life on the line in Alaska, and I was safe and sound in California. All I could do was talk over the radio. Snake's voice became less abrupt. It may not seem like much, but it's enough. No one's asking you to come out here and fight. That's my job. Anyway, Nastasha, I'll be counting on your help. It was a strangely comforting voice, a voice that inspired trust. Same here. As I answered, I resolved to myself to do everything in my power to help him complete this mission. The nuclear weapons disposal plant on Shadow Moses dates back to 2002. It was built solely for the purpose of temporarily storing nuclear warheads slated for disposal. I started to brief Snake on the background of the disposal facility, running through the points he needed to know. My first short exchange with Solid Snake ever, I was beginning to understand why he was called the man who makes the impossible possible. The icy calm in the face of insurmountable difficulty, the absolute confidence made it suddenly seem possible that he would pull off his deadly mission. He had the power to make me believe. I grew conscious of Richard's gaze. What? Oh, just that you have a kind of a glow about you when you're working. I like it. A glow? Funny. You used to call it workaholism in the past. You found it very unappealing, I recall. Time flies. People change their minds. It's called nostalgia. You'll dislike it again soon enough. Perhaps. Richard continued to look at me. Solid Snake certainly managed to live up to his reputation. He adroitly wove his way through the enemy's patrols and infiltrated the nuclear weapons disposal plant, where he made contact with Donald Anderson, the DARPA director. DARPA chief. Throughout the mission, we had radio monitoring capability over Snake's every movement thanks to his internal nanomachines. It was through this access channel that I learned a shocking fact. Donald Anderson, discovered in solitary confinement by Solid Snake, confirmed that the terrorists had full nuclear capability, and that Shadow Moses Island was a site of a field exercise for Metal Gear. Metal Gear. The very mention of that name sent me reeling. It was the ultimate weapon, a nuclear-capable bipedal tank that could launch a rapid and accurate nuclear strike from virtually any terrain, from mountains to marshlands to the desert dunes. Could bestow the dubious privilege of initiating a missile strike from sites that were previously out of the question as launch locations. For that very reason, analysis had long predicted that if brought to fruition, Metal Gear technology would rewrite the tactical map of the world. There are speculations that this unholy grail of weapons development was being pursued late last century in the South American fortress state of Outer Heaven, then in the ultranationalist sovereignty of Zanzibar land in Central Asia. One source went so far as to claim that a working prototype had been produced, but the weapon never made it onto the world military stage. Instead, it was destroyed by a Special Forces operative. The squad in question was Foxhound, and the operative was a man codenamed Solid Snake. I briefly wondered if it were some strange quirk of fate that had brought Snake into this latest incident, but I knew Richard too well. Snake had been called in because of his past battles. Whoever had planned this mission had been thorough, and the more I realized the fact, the less I liked it. A few years ago, I interviewed a high-ranking DoD official and led the conversation on the subject of Metal Gear. His response at the time was that the U.S. had very little interest in developing a weapon like Metal Gear, not that he officially admitted that such a thing as Metal Gear existed. On a purely a hypothetical level, there's an extra A there, if such a technology were available. With the collapse of the Soviet Union, nuclear arsenals built to enforce the idea of mutually assured destruction had lost its justification, and the deterrent argument was losing ground. The current multilateral world order, rife with smaller regional powers, as he put it, development priority lay with cruise missiles and the smaller weapons with lower lethality that could be carried by stealth bombers. He also went on to note that Metal Gear, with its affinity for rough terrain, would be extremely difficult to discover and destroy. Hence, it was a perfect nuclear strike system for rogue states. He was deeply concerned that if such non-democratic sovereignties were to get a hold of Metal Gear technology, the resulting upset in the balance of military power would lead to a massive rupture in world order. It was a fear that I myself shared. An artifact of the Cold War, the devil's candy created by nuclear proliferation. That was what Metal Gear seemed to be. So why was this weapon, a cutting-edge technology that was politically long obsolete, being developed once again on American soil? It was possible that the Defense Department wanted to restore last century's nuclear strategy to the national agenda, or did this new Metal Gear have something that set it far apart from Metal Gear as I knew it? We are probably like a fifth of the way through. We're about 20% by my rough math. Not bad. Anderson had more to say. Metal Gear's launch key consisted of two separate passwords, one held by Anderson himself and the other by Kenneth Baker, the president of ArmsTech. Anderson's own password was already in the terrorist's hands, and he feared that the same was true for Baker's. A renegade Foxhound psychic, codenamed Psychomantis, had literally read Anderson's mind and obtained the key. The bottom line was that the terrorists could activate Metal Gear and launch the missile whenever they pleased. The worst-case scenario had come true. However, Anderson revealed that there was still a way to prevent the nuclear strike. Kenneth Baker alone had the emergency override key that could be used to re-enter the launch code and cancel the missile launch. Even if the terrorists had already completed preparations for a strike, the override would reverse the process. His only hope now, riding on obtaining the override key, Snake attempted to leave the cell area with Anderson in tow. We heard the terrible cries over the radio at the same time Snake did. Anderson had suddenly started to clutch at his own chest in agony. Before we could ever recover from our initial shock, he was dead. Dr. Naomi Hunter, monitoring the situation from onboard USS Discovery, tentatively diagnosed the cause of death as a heart attack. Snake walked out of the cell alone in search of Kenneth Baker, leaving behind what had, until recently, been Donald Anderson, chief of DARPA. All right, what exactly is going on here? I confronted Richard as soon as I confirmed Snake's safe departure. You know the situation. There was a Metal Gear field exercise being conducted on Shadow Moses. Foxhound and the Next Generation Commandos were in charge of the exercise, and now they're threatening to use the Metal Gear to launch a nuclear strike. Apparently I didn't know about that particular situation. If you say so. I glared at Richard, but he didn't turn a hair. He knew as well as I did that I could not abandon the mission. Even if I did refuse to cooperate further, there was an entire group of DoD personnel around me that would not permit that to happen. I briefly closed my eyes and brought the recent events into focus again. What happened to Anderson? Why is he dead? This time I could see a trace of a reaction in Richard's eyes. It's hard to say from our end. Naomi thinks it was a heart attack, but I'll have his medical records pulled just in case. He turned and left the study, presumably to give orders to that effect. The sounds and the voice being broadcast from the radio told me that Snake was moving deeper into the complex in search of Kenneth Baker. Snake found the arms tech president in one of the underground levels. Kenneth Baker was bound to a steel girder along with multiple packets of C4 explosives. I remember this. I chose to throw a grenade. Before Snake could free Baker, he came face to face with the originator of this trap, a Foxhound operative called Revolver Ocelot. It seemed that he had anticipated Baker's rescue attempt upon receiving news of Snake's arrival. According to Naomi Hunter, the former director of Foxhound's genetic manipulation program, Revolver Ocelot, is a former Spetsnaz. Spetsnaz? I think so. He moved into Oman, Otriad, Milici, Osobogo, Naznachinia. Fuck. I'm trying. The Interior Ministry Riot Squad, aka Black Berets, and the SVR, the Russian Foreign Intelligence Service, a successor to the KGB's first chief directorate. Holy shit. All these proper nouns. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, but was unable to adapt to the new regime and dropped out. He cut a swath through the world's hotspots as a mercenary before being recruited by Foxhound. As his codename indicates, Ocelot is a master marksman with a marked preference for revolvers. We could hear the gun battle between Snake and Ocelot over the radio. Ocelot was using an antique single-action army revolver against Snake's SOCOM pistol. The first single-action army revolver was manufactured in 1873. A small number of them are still in production today, but strictly for collectors and antique weapon fanciers. Using this outmoded weapon for live combat is unheard of. But Ocelot seemed to invest the vintage gun with diabolical powers. He would purposely fire against walls on the floor, weaving a tight web of ricocheting bullets around Snake, gradually hemming him in. All we could do was silently monitor the battle. However, Snake was slowly but surely gaining the upper hand by dodging the ricochets and exploiting the revolver's lengthy reload window. Finally, just as Snake was about to deliver the decisive blow, an explosion rang out. "My hand!" Ocelot's scream came a second later, followed by more explosions. "What the hell's going on?" Richard cried. The controller in charge of the data sent in by Snake's nanomachine started running commentary. "We don't know. I'm seeing a life sign other than those of Snake, Ocelot, or Baker." Explosions continued to boom out over the radio. The unidentified fourth subject is knocking down girders. No sign of firearm use. "Whatever is it? It's moving fast." The controller's voice rose with excitement. "Speed is well above anything a human being should be able to handle." The situation was chaotic. I could make out Ocelot's voice through the roar of collapsing metal. "Stealth camouflage. Someone left a job only half done. As for you, we'll continue this later." It seemed Ocelot had left the area. The explosions went on one after the other as girders crashed to the ground. In the midst of the collapse, Snake confronted what we could only guess was a fourth life sign. "Who are you?" "I'm like you. I have no name." It was not human, but an artificial machine voice that answered. In spite of the metallic tones, there seemed to be in that voice an unspeakable pain. Baker's labored groans could be heard over the conversation. "You have a reinforced skeleton." Suddenly, the possessor of the metal voice let loose an animal howl. "Howl!" The shattering screams set the communication speaker screeching, and I instinctively covered my ears to shut out the maddened sound. The cry went on, then cut out as abruptly as it had begun. In the ringing silence, the controller's voice floated out, thin and hollow. The fourth subject has disappeared. The words brought out as a state of shock. Can we track him? Negative. He's vanished. No traces. Collect as much data as you can. I have the full results on information relayed by the nanomachines. There's an electromagnetic pattern that resembles a stealth camouflage signature. Stealth camo and reinforced exoskeleton, Richard muttered, deep in thought. Not everything is happening according to plan, I take it, I inquired with some sarcasm. It's within acceptable deviation. The mission will go on as planned. For a split second, his eyes betrayed his disquiet. Then he quickly recovered his characteristic arrogance. You just concentrate on your job. Snake had called the fourth life sign the Ninja. Ninja. I cannot help but wonder about the identity of the name's bearer and what it was that accounted for the superhuman abilities he had just demonstrated. Far away on Shadow Moses Island, Snake was attempting to raise the shaken Kenneth Baker back on his feet. We could hear Snake asking him about the nuclear launch code, knowing the answer even as he spoke. Baker painfully acknowledged that he had volunteered the information. His arm hung broken and useless by his side, presumably Ocelot's handiwork. According to Naomi Hunter's intelligence, Revolver Ocelot served as a special interrogations consultant in the Soviet gulags during his days with the Spetsnaz. In other words, he was an expert in torture. There was no way that the weapons technology executive, an untrained civilian, could withstand the techniques of coercion developed in the cells of Lubyanka. We now had confirmation that the terrorists possessed both launch keys. The situation was more desperate than ever. Baker's response to Snake's queries about the emergency override key was almost as grim. He had entrusted a soldier, a woman who had refused to join the mutiny, with it while they had been sharing a cell. I caught Snake's sudden murmur. Colonel's niece? The colonel was presumably Campbell, and Snake seemed to know something I certainly did not. I stole a glance at Richard, but his expression was as closed as ever. He no doubt had known from the outset about the presence of Campbell's niece on Shadow. Snake was pressing Baker, asking him for whether there was a way to stop the launch without the override code. The executive gave him a name, Dr. Hal Emmerich. If it were indeed the case that the launch codes were in hostile hands and the strike sequence had been started, it stood to reason that the only person who may know of a way to cancel the launch was the chief of Metal Gear's development program. As Snake promised to search out Emmerich, Baker handed him a single optical disc. It contained, he said, all the data from the training exercise. What exercise data? He had to be referring to the Metal Gear exercise. Saw Richard raise his eyebrows sharply. Baker, oblivious to the frenzy of speculation he had remotely set off, continued. There's no need to feign ignorance. You were sent to retrieve this, and we both know it. I was now even more puzzled than ever. If Metal Gear was being developed on Shadow Moses, surely the research data was backed up somewhere outside of the Arms Tech lab. Not only that, but why would the president of the company have been carrying the data himself? I was apparently not alone in my disconcertment. Snake took the disc, obviously uncertain. It was clear that he, like myself, had not been briefed on the existence of the disc. The disc safely out of his hands, Baker's tones became pleading. You have to stop them. If the truth got out, A2 would be finished. I'd be finished. But Metal Gear technology is already a known factor. The core technology is, but that's not... Baker trailed off, suddenly pale with pain. Oh God, what did you do to me? We could hear his labored coughing as he gasped out. It can't be. That thing. Damn Pentagon bureaucrats. I get it now. You son of a... He tried to lunge at Snake, but reeled back in fresh waves of pain. Still clutching his chest, he fell down, dead. It was too similar to the last moments of Donald Anderson's life, and the fact that he did not escape Snake. And that fact had not escaped Snake. The fact, actually. He was immediately on the radio with Campbell. Colonel, you better be listening real well. This one dropped dead too. Snake demanded an explanation, but neither Campbell nor Dr. Hunter could provide an adequate one. Snake was clearly dissatisfied, but Campbell directed Snake to cooperate with his niece, Meryl. The only way left to prevent a nuclear strike was to obtain the emergency override key, and the key was in Meryl's hands. Snake walked away from Baker's body in search of the elusive commando. Kenneth Baker had been colluding with Donald Anderson, the DARPA chief, to secretly develop a new Metal Gear on the government's so-called black budget. My later investigations revealed that regular payments in the tens of thousands of dollars had been made to the corporate account of a firm for which Anderson's wife ostensibly acted as a consultant. The arms tech payoff into this dummy company had started several years ago. Total amount is difficult to estimate, but there's little doubt that Anderson had been bribed to the tune of an astronomical sum. Even the government black budget had limits, however. I recalled a rumor from some years before the Anderson payoff started. CNO, at the time, had a classified pet project, and the scuttlebutt was that it involved the construction of a completely new type of battleship. Just what kind of a ship was never revealed, since the entire program fell apart after the CNO suddenly passed away. The unexpected death coincided with Arms Tech's launch of the Metal Gear development program. The black budget earmarked for the CNO's little project must have been freed up by his death. The question was whether it had been freed up for allocation to the new Metal Gear development. The manner of the CNO's death was officially ruled a suicide, but I could not help recall the theories to the contrary that had made its rounds back then. Whatever the background, Anderson and Baker's deaths could not be a coincidence. Anderson's dying words included reference to the Pentagon. I was certain that there was more to it than met the eye. So now Baker's dead as well. Are you looking into his medical records too? I asked Richard. We'll do that, just as a precaution. He did not seem particularly disturbed. It may have been for the best anyway. Having to babysit a senior citizen with a broken arm sure wasn't going to help Snake with his mission. You haven't changed a bit, I see. What? Whoops. That bad boy act of yours. You only talk like an insensitive jerk to divert attention from something. Wonder what you're hiding. Richard turned away. Nothing. There's nothing to hide. Having successfully made radio contact with Merrill, Colonel Campbell's niece, Solid Snake agreed to put off a rendezvous with her in favor of rescuing Dr. Hal Emmerich, the chief of Metal Gear Development. He reached the lab just as the ninja was attempting to attack Dr. Emmerich, and the two fighters immediately squared off. Snake and the ninja launched into a silent hand-to-hand combat of a ballistic exchange of blows that seemed almost to serve as a private dialogue. Fighting seemed interminable to us as we followed over the radio, but just as in the last encounter, the ninja suddenly let loose an inhuman howl and vanished in the maelstrom of its ragged echo. It was our second encounter with the ninja, and we were as in the dark about him as ever, but Snake had recognized something during their battle and he raised Campbell on the radio. It's Gray Fox. The ninja is Gray Fox. I'm 100% sure. That's impossible. You took him. In Zanzibar land. We could hear the perturbation in Campbell's voice. Naomi Hunter suddenly cut in. Yes, but he was supposed to have been killed, but he wasn't. Dr. Hunter revealed that her predecessor at the helm of Foxhound's genetic treatment program, one Dr. Clark, had been conducting human testing. Gray Fox, the alpha soldier of Foxhound and the only member allowed the Fox designation, was the subject. After he had been shipped back from Zanzibar land mortally wounded, his superior physical abilities and combat skills had marked him as an ideal test subject for genetic manipulation and skeletal reinforcement experiments. He was listed as killed in action, but kept alive in a lab. I could not help but note, with some surprise, with emotional tone in which the normally collected geneticist described these events. When Snake asked why she had not volunteered the truth of the ninja's identity earlier, Naomi had only a terse reply. It was classified information. According to records she had seen, the subject, Gray Fox, had died in an accidental lab explosion 2 years ago. I turned to Richard. Is this true? What's true? The accident in the lab. It's true. The cause of the explosion was never determined. Dr. Clark died in the accident, and the only remains they could find of Gray Fox were fragments of the reinforced skeleton. So Naomi wasn't the only one who knew about this and didn't say anything? It was classified information, Richard mimicked. Snake secured Dr. Emmerich after the ninja's departure. Amazingly enough, the engineer had believed Metal Gear to be a portable tactical mission defense system rather than a nuclear-capable tank. It was a peculiar irony that the chief developer himself had been unaware that the project was one of offense rather than defense. On discovering that he had been deceived, Dr. Emmerich volunteered his expertise to Snake. He mentioned his grandfather's involvement in the Manhattan Project and the ethical turmoil the man had carried with him to the end of his days as a result. Ironically enough, the older scientist's son, Hal Emmerich's father, was born the day the atomic bomb had found Hiroshima. 3 generations. Sometimes I wonder if nuclear warfare is our personal albatross, an inherited pathology. We could hear the pain and the regret in Dr. Emmerich's voice. All right, we're about a third of the way through. Under 40 minutes so far. We're going to finish this in under 2 hours. You have to assume. We got this. Just 2 hours of straight reading here. He seemed genuinely upset that the technology he had developed purely for the furthering of knowledge and betterment of mankind had been exploited for weapons development. You may call me harsh, but I felt little sympathy for him. Technological and scientific innovation need not direct bearing on nuclear or virological research to contribute to the making of weapons of mass destruction. After all, the ninja was born of genetic engineering and cybernetic research, which could easily have healed a civilian rather than improved upon a soldier. A scientist cannot plead naivety to the practical products of their own research. Consequences must be anticipated, and the ethical burden of a newly developed technology must ultimately rest with the individual researcher. I wondered if Dr. Emmerich would ever realize that onus. Freed from the laboratory where he was being held, Emmerich cloaked himself with a stealth camouflage of his own making and promised to keep out of sight. With the stealth camo, he could easily evade the terrorist surveillance. His rescued charge safe, Snake departed for a rendezvous with Merrill. Snake's objective was to meet with Merrill and re-enter the launch code using her override key, outwitting the Foxhound psychic Psycho Mantis all the while. To this end, he headed towards the hangar where Metal Gear was being stored. The best laid plans, Merrill was ambushed on the way by the Foxhound sharpshooter Sniper Wolf. Snake, attempting to rescue the wounded commando, was himself captured. He was taken to the terrorist command post, still unconscious, stripped of all his gear. However, his cochlear implant radio passed unnoticed, and we could hear the terrorists conferring about the incapacitated operative. We gathered from their talk that the preparations for the nuclear launch were complete. Richard was unusually intent on identifying the individual terrorists in the room. From the voices involved in the conversation, we confirmed the presence of Sniper Wolf, Revolver Ocelot, and the leader of this uprising, himself, Liquid Snake. What little I knew of Liquid Snake was troubling. It came entirely from a slim file folder Richard showed me just prior to mission commencement. The man with the same designation as Solid Snake was recruited into Foxhound after Solid Snake's departure from the unit. His fighting skills were formidable, and he quickly rose to a leadership position in Foxhound's field operation team. His real name, place of origin, and other information remained classified. Only a single photograph accompanied the documents, and I had not been able to contain my astonishment at the sight of it. "It's not a mistake. That is Liquid Snake," said Richard, echoing my thoughts. "But how?" The face in the photo was a spitting image of Solid Snake. "I wouldn't know, but once the two snakes ran into each other, something may come out." His words were non-committal, but Richard's tone spoke volumes. And now the two snakes, Solid and Liquid, had indeed come face to face. But Liquid had little to say. "So long, brother," he called out before turning and walking away. The voice was full of hatred, but there was also something in it that seemed to confirm and gleefully anticipate another meeting. Why this was as mysterious to me as the reason he called Solid Snake brother. I would not find out the truth until a little later. What awaited Snake after his brief encounter with Liquid was Ocelot's KGB-tested interrogation techniques. Ocelot apparently had no interest in extracting information, but rather appeared to be enjoying the acts of torture for their own sake. Snake's ragged gasps echoed from the radio in the silence of the control room. The heart rate and other physiological data transmitted by his nanomachines graphically demonstrated the extent of his suffering. All we could do was listen and wait. After Ocelot was done, the battered Snake was taken to a cell. Campbell soon established radio contact with him, but Snake had some hard questions for his former CO instead. He had realized that Metal Gear was a nuclear delivery system, and for once, Campbell was at a loss for an answer. "So you did know about this all along," Snake rasped out bitterly. Campbell continued to be silent. It was all the confirmation Snake needed. "You should have told me." "I'm sorry. Pawns don't need to know, is that it? You've changed." Campbell had no rebuttal to Snake's barbs. According to Campbell, even the president had apparently been aware of the existence of Project Rex until the day before. To make matters more complicated, he was due to meet with the Russian presidents the following day for the formal signing of START 3. The treaty stipulated further reduction of the nuclear arsenal, picking up where START 2 left off. The argument would reduce the number of Russian and American tactical ballistic missiles to somewhere between 2,000 and 2,500. And the signing was a historic event that had been made possible by long and arduous processes. If the fact that a new nuclear weapon was being developed by the United States were made public, there was a significant chance that the signing would never take place. Worse still, loss of confidence in America's commitment to non-proliferation could create international turmoil. The government clearly had every reason to keep the situation under wraps, and there were ample indications that the terrorists had counted on that fact. The timing of this takeover, as well as the 24-hour deadline, said as much. Campbell continued to plead his case with Snake. "Snake, you gotta stop them. Sing it to someone else. You're the only hope we have." "All right, then, tell me what this new warhead's about." "I told you, I don't know. I don't believe you. If the situation's so desperate, why don't you accept their demands? Give them big boss bodies, just a corpse." "It's not an option." Campbell was floundering under the barrage of Snake's questions. "Is there a reason you can't comply with that demand, a reason you haven't told me?" Naomi broke in as Campbell fell silent. "The president's passed a number of policies that severely restrict genetic engineering on humans. He can't afford to have the public know about the military's use of genetically enhanced soldiers." "Is that really all there is to it?" Campbell did not reply. I received a call from Snake soon after. Captive, alone in enemy territory, unable to trust his own mission controllers to tell him the truth, there was little I could say to help a man in Snake's situation. Capture does not mean defeat. Stay vigilant for a chance to escape, and don't give up. I had doubts about the effectiveness of these words coming from someone with no combat experience, but it was the best I could offer. We had no choice but to trust in Snake's abilities. As I closed the radio channel, I caught Richard studying me. "Yes? You're very passionate about this job. Do you object? It's a job you forced on me after all." "No, but I admit that I'm a little jealous." "Ah, the jealousy act. Yes, I know that one too." Richard averted his eyes. "I wouldn't call it an act if... No, forget it." He lit a cigarette. Chesterfield. Same brand as Humphrey Bogart. "You still smoke the same brand?" "You know me. Once I decide I like something, I can't kick the habit. Cigarettes, line of work, woman, everything." He didn't look at me as he replied, "Woman?" All right. The torture was conducted again and again, solely for the purpose of breaking Snake. He held out each time, but his strength was steadily ebbing, and the voice we heard over the radio was growing more labored. "Naomi, talk to me. I need something to distract me." "What do you want me to talk about?" "Anything. I'm not good at finding things to talk about. Tell me about yourself." "About me? It's not so easy." "Got any family?" It's not a very happy story. I don't have any family. Guess there was one person, someone who called himself my father. Where is he? Dead. I killed him. I was even more taken aback by what Campbell volunteered next. You're talking about Big Boss? What? Big Boss was your... No reason you should have known, Campbell elaborated to Naomi. It was 6 years ago in Zanzibar land. Snake and I are the only ones who know about it now. Oh, God. Was Big Boss really your father? Naomi still seemed disbelieving. That's what he said, and that's all I know. You knew and you still killed him? Yeah. Why? Naomi asked fiercely. There was a pause before Snake answered. Because that's what he wanted, and what I wanted. But it's still patricide. Yeah, I know. My personal nightmare, too. Snake's voice was the faintest we had heard. Is that why you left Foxhound? Maybe. Can't deny that it felt good to lose myself. It's easy to do that in Alaska. After a moment of silence, Naomi confided in a low voice. I don't really have a family of my own either. I have a brother who put me through college. That's it. He's not a biological brother, and a lot older than me. Where's he now? Naomi's reply was deeply pained. He's gone. There was deep sorrow in her voice, and I thought something more. A stepbrother who put her through school. I wasn't told about that, Richard muttered, a suspicion in his voice, and puzzlingly enough, a hint of anger. I opened the personal profile on Naomi. Naomi Hunter, born New York City, 1980-something, PhD in genetics, recruited by the industry giant ATGC soon after completing doctoral program, moved to California's so-called biotech Bay Area, led several genetic therapy programs until recruited by Foxhound to fill the post of chief geneticist as a result of her accomplishments in this field. Parents died in a car collision when Naomi was 2 years old. One brother, 10 years her senior, U.S. Marine, killed in training-related accident when Naomi was 17. Richard thought for a moment, then scribbled something in his notebook. Summoning one of his men, he tore the page out and handed it to him. Wire this message to the skipper of USS Discovery. Make sure Campbell doesn't know about it. What are you plotting now? I knew even as I asked that Richard would not respond. The torture was repeated time and again, but Snake managed to take advantage of the guard's waning vigilance and escape. The location and the fate of his fellow hostage, Merrill, eluded us. Evading the intense manhunt that followed, Snake still refused to stray from the course that led to the Metal Gear hangar. What drove him? Guilt for Merrill's capture and an urge to avenge her? A sense of duty to the mission? The will to stop the carnage of a nuclear strike? None of them seemed to apply to Snake. He was an enigma. We could do little but watch over him as he ran, wounded and exhausted. After successfully taking on Sniper Wolf as he reemerged for an ambush, Snake closed in on the Metal Gear hangar only to discover Vulcan Raven blocking his way. The giant Foxhound operative, armed with a fighter-plane Gatling gun, was a daunting enemy. In the end, however, Snake eventually prevailed. The stricken Raven, leaning against the wall, started to speak as Snake approached him. There are some breeds of snakes that nature never intended. Think you and the boss belong to one of those. Go and settle it with him. I'll be watching how it ends. The dying Raven then dropped the bombshell. I'll give you one clue. The man who died in front of you wasn't the DARPA chief. It was Decoy Octopus, one of us Foxhounds. He was a master of disguise. Guess the Grim Reaper was the only one he couldn't fool. Is he dead? Raven did not answer Snake's sharp query. Snake tried another tack. Why go to all the trouble and impersonate Anderson? Raven smiled faintly. That's all the clue you're going to get. Everything else you'll have to figure out yourself. A few minutes later, Vulcan Raven died. Richard was chagrined. So that's how it was. They had us completely fooled. Why would Octopus impersonate Anderson? I asked. I don't know. Maybe to get information out of Snake? That would mean that they knew Snake was coming. Richard stubbed out the cigarette without answering. His face was expressionless, but I knew exactly what he was thinking. We had a leak. While Richard and I were talking, a call was made to Snake. Snake, it's me. Master? Snake answered. It was apparently Master Miller. I need to talk to you about Naomi Hunter. Turn the monitoring off. Miller had barely finished his instruction before Campbell cut in. What about Dr. Hunter? Miller made an exasperated sound. It was clear that he had not intended Campbell to hear what he had to say. Colonel, is Naomi there? Snake asked. No, she's trying to catch up on her sleep. Okay. Campbell turned his attention back to Miller. What were you saying about Dr. Hunter? All right. Maybe it's better that the Colonel hears about this now, Miller said resigningly. Go on, urged Snake. Go on. Go on. I can't do a voice. That's not the real Naomi Hunter you're working with, Colonel. What? Campbell raised his voice, astounded. Miller continued coolly. Naomi Hunter does exist, or rather, she did. She went missing in the Middle East some time ago. This imposter must have gotten a hold of her identity somehow. There were a number of ways to obtain someone's social security number and commit identity theft, certainly. But Dr. Naomi Hunter was an imposter. But Dr. Naomi Hunter, an imposter? That's what I meant to say. Who was she really then? Campbell was agitated, but Miller remained cool as ice. Probably a spy. A spy? Yes. Sent in to ensure this mission's failure. Are you saying she's one of the terrorists? Campbell's tone was disbelieving, but Snake backed up his former instructor. I need a sip of water here. We're getting close to 50% of the way done. I'll probably take a break at 50% and stretch my legs. I'm acting like reading is such a labored. I don't want to believe it either, Colonel, but it's true that she's a Foxhound personnel, so it would not be surprising if she took part in this insurrection, Campbell finished dully, as though Snake's words had crystallized his own doubts. Or she could be working for another organization, Miller suggested. Another? No, that's impossible. As Campbell trailed off, Miller spoke up, his tone ruthless. Take her into custody, Colonel. What? It's clear that Naomi Hunter is working against us. Interrogate her and find out what her objective is. If she really is their spy, we're in serious trouble, Campbell murmured. Miller pounced on the gravity of the Colonel's tone. What are you talking about? Nothing in particular, Campbell tried to recover himself. Campbell, did you give her access to some other line of classified information? Campbell remained silent, but Miller pressed on. Does it have anything to do with the way the DARPA chief or the arms tech president died? Look, I don't know what you're talking about. Clearly, Campbell knew something. It was equally obvious that he had no intention of revealing what he was privy to. Perhaps sensing that fact, Miller dropped the pursuit abruptly. In any case, it's too dangerous to retain her in the mission. Hold on a minute. She is an integral part of this mission. In fact, we can't afford to proceed without her. Campbell was being too insistent about Dr. Hunter's value. I'd wonder if it was indeed the case that he had trusted her with highly classified information. Snake was also suspicious. More secrets, Colonel? Give me time. I'll have her background and movements rechecked. That was all Campbell could say. Hurry. Find out what she wants as quick as possible. Miller was unrelenting. Of course. Campbell agreed reluctantly. Snake, just give me some time. Time is something I wasn't given a lot of, Snake growled bitterly. What's the deal? I said to Richard. Is Miller right about Naomi? I don't know. To be honest, it's obvious there were things in Dr. Hunter's past that I didn't know about. Having them go over her background again. Richard was visibly upset, a rare occurrence. I suddenly wondered there had been something between him and Naomi. Richard lit a cigarette and continued in a more composed tone. But if what Miller said about Naomi is true, it raises questions about him in turn. What do you say that? Why did you say that? He's supposed to be in his cabin in Alaska. So I hear. How did he manage to find out so much about Naomi, by himself and from the middle of nowhere, when the DIA investigators couldn't? Richard called one of his men over and ordered them to look into Miller's activities. You check up on even one of your own? I asked as the agent hurried away. How do you know he's one of our own? Richard shot back, blowing a steam of smoke. Should I assume you don't trust me either? You're the one who doesn't trust me. Never have, he said quietly and ground his cigarette into the ashtray. Snake had finally reached the Metal Gear hangar and stood in the shadows of the machine's 50-foot-tall bulk. But considering the Metal Gear's state-of-the-art composite armor and Snake's limited arsenal, it is improbable that he could destroy the tank while evading enemy patrols. The most practical avenue of attack was to re-enter the launch code using the override key and thereby cancel the scheduled nuclear strike. As Snake methodically searched for the code entry interface Emmerich radioed in, he had been making himself useful by breaking into Baker's protected files. From these, he had pieced together the true nature of Metal Gear and its prototype warheads. According to Emmerich, the weapon used a built-in railgun to fire the ballistic missiles clear of the atmosphere. The missile would then automatically realign itself and re-enter the atmosphere on its designated trajectory toward the target. I understood exactly what all this meant, and the knowledge left me cold. Normally, ballistic missiles go through 4 phases from launch to impact. The first is the boost phase, which consists of the time between the missile's launch, the point at which it leaves the atmosphere and exhausts its supply of rocket propellant. Following the burnout, the rocket enters the post-boost phase, which concludes with the separation of the re-entry vehicle that contains the warhead. Third stage is the mid-course phase, in which the re-entry vehicle separates and achieves a controlled descent back into the atmosphere. The warhead's re-entry into the atmosphere and its arrival at the target mark the fourth and terminal phase. Current missile defense systems detect incoming ballistic missiles by scanning for the rocket burn that takes place during the missile's boost stage. However, Metal Gear's missile technology employs a railgun rather than conventional rocket propulsion to achieve boost stage acceleration. As a result, there's nothing for existing missile defense systems to detect. The railgun's effectiveness is nothing short of amazing. With a range of over 3,000 miles, rivaling that of mid-range ballistic missiles, it reliably homes in within 170 feet of the target 50% of the time, placing it in the same class as high-end ICBMs. The ability of a Metal Gear to conquer virtually all terrain means that the railgun can launch a stealthy nuclear strike from almost any spot on the globe. This invisible attack would make it impossible for anyone to pinpoint the origin of a given missile, even in the event of a strike. Without a clear aggressor to retaliate against, the concept of mutual shared destruction falls apart. Without the fear of MAD, the existing rules of nuclear non-engagement would no longer apply, and the world would fall into chaos. Snake had a few things to say to Campbell after learning the truth. He knew as well as anyone that if the fact that the U.S. had been developing a new breed of nuclear weapons were made public on the eve of START 3, negotiations would break down and U.S. would suffer a devastating embarrassment. Did you know about this, Colonel? I really am sorry, Snake. You really have changed. I won't offer any excuses. Snake, you gotta hear this. Dr. Emmerich broke in, ignoring Campbell. The new missiles were complete in simulation only. That's why they had to perform this exercise. To get field data that would back up their simulation results. How did the exercise go? Snake asked. Emmerich's reply was discouraging. Seems to have gone better than they expected, but I can't find any of the data. There isn't a trace of the thing on the entire network. You'd think it's backed up somewhere, but zilch. It's on the optical disc that Baker gave me. You mean you still have it? Campbell exclaimed hopefully. No, Ocelot took it. Snake replied bitterly. It must have happened when he was a hostage. Did this mean that Ocelot had known of the existence of the exercise data beforehand? This doesn't look good, Campbell murmured, deep in thought. Alright, a little quick BRB. I'm trying to read fast and I'm like, I feel like I'm like all short of breath trying to read this. We're like halfway through. We're more than halfway through. Less than an hour. So less than one more hour and we'll finish. Easy. No worries. I'm convincing myself and everyone else. This is easy. I'll be right back. Alright. I am back. Here we go. The back half of this. Depending on how we feel, maybe I take another break when we get like 75 or 80% of the way through. We'll see. The endurance reading. I glared at Richard. You knew about this too, didn't you? Knew what? The small matter of this nuclear weapon technology? Richard shrugged. If I'd told you, would you have cooperated? You probably would have tried to leak it to some media contact, and that would have forced our hand. He left it at that. Would he have had me killed in the interest of national security? Something like that, I supposed. In the world Richard inhabited, preserving secrets always merited higher consideration than human life, but I was privy to that secret now. What would happen once the mission ended? I felt a chill go down my spine as I considered the possibilities. Richard was quietly puffing on a cigarette. He had too many men with him, working for him every moment. There was no way I could simply walk out of this house. But I had something up my sleeve as well, and I was not about to let myself be exploited without a fight. I looked over my PC, screensaver had kicked in, and geometric patterns flitted across the dark monitor. I slipped my PD-8 in my pocket and headed for the bathroom to send some mail. One of Richard's men trotted over with a slip of paper. Richard studied it, and after some consideration raised Campbell on the radio. What can I do for you, Major Ames? Campbell's tone was openly hostile, but Richard paid no heed. Colonel Campbell, I'd like you to start interrogating Naomi Hunter. Interrogate her? What are you talking about? Campbell said sharply. There are suspicious points about Dr. Hunter's background, as you've heard. I therefore sent one of my men over there to talk to her, but she seems reluctant to cooperate. Richard lit another cigarette. But she's taking a nap, the colonel insisted. Actually, she's not. What? In reality, she's been taken into my agent's custody. How dare you? Campbell barked angrily. Richard was unfazed. If, as Master Miller charged, Naomi Hunter has falsified her identity and is in communication with the enemy, there are serious repercussions. I trust you understand. Voxdie, Campbell groaned. Voxdie, this is something new. This mission was like an onion with layer after layer of secret intent. She won't talk to my agent. She may talk to you. Find out from Naomi who she is and what her objective is. Absolutely not. I don't take orders from you, and I'm having Dr. Hunter freed immediately. What makes you think you could do such a thing? Replied Richard, exhaling a cloud of smoke. There was a long silence. Who exactly the hell are you? I could hear the barely suppressed rage in Campbell's voice. The DIA wouldn't have the authority to send a man into a Navy submarine and hold someone prisoner. Richard did not answer. Campbell continued. And that's not the only thing. Nothing has been done through the usual channels, including the way you induce Snake and I to cooperate. This mission isn't even official business, is it? So who else can mount such a major operation? Campbell suddenly broke off, as though struck by something. Is it possible that... the Patriots? He murmured. Richard ignored Campbell's outburst. Does it matter what I am? It doesn't change the fact that your life, not to mention your precious Meryl's life, is in my hands. Isn't that right? This time it was Campbell's turn to be silent. I had never suspected that his participation in the mission had been arranged by force. The colonel was literally fighting for his and his niece's life. Think it over carefully, Colonel. Richard's voice was the coldest I'd ever heard. There was no reply from Campbell, and Snake has no need to know about any of this. We need his full cooperation at this point. Just tell him that Naomi was a terrorist spy and was apprehended while sending them a coded transmission. Do you expect me to betray a friend? Keep him in the dark? Campbell objected furiously. A friend? Are you referring to Snake? Richard smiled coolly. Do you really think he considers you a friend anymore? He had hit a sore spot. Campbell had no answer. Richard moved in for the kill. You've already lied to him too many times. Against my will, under your threats. Campbell was roaring, but Richard barely seemed to register his anger. Certainly, that's not an issue. You were, after all, giving him false information, relaying false orders to him of your own accord. Then there's Voxdie. I could almost see Campbell grinding his teeth in frustration and rage. Do you still have the right to call yourself his friend? There's nothing Campbell could say. You will cooperate with us. Understood? Understood. Transmission ended. Who are the Patriots? Richard looked away towards another direction at my query. What are you talking about? Don't BS me. He turned towards me. His gaze was icy. Nothing you need to know about. By the way, not that I need to remind you, but don't mention to Snake things that don't concern him. And if I do? Richard's stony silence answered my uncompleted question. I was too far into this business and suddenly seemed to sense danger everywhere. What do you intend to do with me once this mission is over? Nothing. Don't expect me to believe you. Richard allowed himself a brief, oddly sad smile. Suppose I can't. In the meantime, Snake was inching towards the launch code entry interface. At that point, he received a call from Master Miller. Snake, we need to talk about Naomi Hunter. Colonel's looking into that. Turn the monitoring off. All right, it's off. Mission control is out of the loop. You want to tell me what this is about? Snake believed that he had switched us off, but I could still hear everything. Radio malfunction? I guess not. Someone had made sure that nothing could get past mission control ever. I had a more than good idea who that someone was, but Master Miller obviously did not. Sorry about that. Didn't want Campbell to overhear. What's this about? Snake repeated. I have a contact at the Pentagon. He told me that a new assassination tool had been recently developed under DIA guidance. I looked over at Richard, but he pretended not to notice. Assassination tool? Snake was asking. Snake, have you ever heard the term fox die? I tensed. There was that word again. First Richard, then Campbell, now Miller. It seems to be a virus that can target specific individuals. Don't know the details, Miller continued. Richard remained expressionless next to me. So, what are you getting at? Snake raised his voice slightly, sounding annoyed by Miller's roundabout methods. They share common features. What shares common features? The deaths. The arms tech president and the DARPA chief, or I guess I should say decoy octopus. They both died of what looked like a heart attack, right? Yeah. Well, it seems that death by fox die virus looks like a case of heart attack. After a moment, Snake spoke up. Are you saying that Naomi was the one who set this up? Snake, think. Did Naomi give you any kind of shot? The nanomachines, Snake murmured. Snake had in fact been injected with nanomachines and anti-hypothermia compound before the start of the mission. Was Miller suggesting that there was a killing virus in the mix as well? One things are certain. She's in the best position to perform this kind of sabotage, but we still don't know her motive or objective. What about the Colonel? Snake asked, after a lengthy silence, his tone brooding and full of doubts. I don't know. I don't think he's interrogated her yet either. All right, I'll ask him. Once he was off the radio with Miller, Snake called up Campbell. Colonel, any new developments with Naomi? I've just had her taken into custody. What? Snake said incredulously. She was sending a code transmission to an Alaskan location. I don't want to believe it, but she's definitely one of the terrorists. Campbell sounded anguished. Are you sure? Very little doubt. She's being interrogated right now. What kind of interrogation? I don't want to resort to force, but we don't even have thiopentanol on hand. Pentothal? Let me know if you learn anything. Unaware of the machines behind this latest development, Snake ended the communication. I longed to tell him the truth, but knew that Richard and his men would never allow that to happen. Despite his growing doubts, Snake continued to penetrate deeper into the hangar. He had almost reached the code interface when a call suddenly came in. Snake, can you hear me? It's Naomi. Naomi! Snake exclaimed in surprise. What are you? Richard tensed and leaned forward. I managed to get to another transmitter. The Colonel and the others hadn't noticed yet. Naomi whispered rapidly. Naomi, is it true? What the Colonel says? Yes, but not everything I told you is a lie. Some of it was the truth. Her voice was sorrowful. Who are you really? I don't know. I don't know what my parents looked like even, or what they were called. I bought the name I used, the whole identity, with hard cash. Remember I told you why I was so fixated on genes? That was the truth. Because you wanted to know who you were? That's what you said? Yes. Don't know what I am. My ethnic background, age? Naomi. There was a pause before Naomi started speaking again in a rush, even. I was picked up in northern Rhodesia in the 80s. I was an orphan. Rhodesia? During all the guerrilla warfare? Zimbabwe used to be a British colony, you know. There was a sizable Indian population there then. Maybe that's where I get the color of my skin, but I'm not even sure of that. Naomi, why dwell on the past? If you can understand who you are now, isn't that all that really matters? Understand what I am myself? No one ever understands me, least of all myself. Naomi's voice was suddenly defiant. I was always searching for myself alone, till I met my brother and him. Your brother? Snake asked. Yes, Frank Yeager. What did you say? Snake was taken aback. Frank Yeager? He was a child soldier too. He found me almost dead of starvation on the bank of Zambezi, and fed me from his own small ration. Child soldiers. It's not rare for children to participate in war as combatants in many of the most conflict-ravaged regions of the world, especially true of those developing nations where minors account for the majority of the entire population. A harsh regimen can and does turn innocent children into the most brutal of soldiers. In many cases, various drugs are used to numb the natural fear response. The result is an obedient killing machine whose bravery marks them out for posting in the front lines of the fiercest battles and to scouting duties in the minefields. Yes, the man who destroys my brother, Frank Yeager, my only family, Naomi said quietly. That's impossible. Gray Fox is your brother? Snake could not hide his perturbation. We managed to survive hell together, all because he protected me. He was everything to me. He was the only witness to my existence, and the only one who made me feel like a real human being. Gray Fox brought you to the States? No, we met him in Mozambique. Him? Something seemed to click within Snake. You mean Big Boss? Yes, he led us here, finally made us free, but Frank went with Big Boss back to the wars. And when he came home to me, he was... Naomi broke off. Silence spoke of smoldering anger, of irreparable loss. I promised myself that I would get you. You broke my brother. You as good as killed him. That's why I joined Foxhound, because I knew that I would run into you sooner or later. Well, got your chance now. Snake seemed to be taking all this in stride. He was no doubt accustomed to being the target of the enmity of others. Yes, I've waited 2 years, just for a chance to kill me. Exactly, 2 whole years, waiting for you and no one else, yearning for revenge. It's almost like being in love. You still hate me? I wouldn't say that. There was a trace of hesitation in Naomi's voice. There are some things about you that I misunderstood. Did you kill your predecessor? The geneticist who was using Gray Fox for his experiments? You mean Dr. Clark? No, it was Frank that killed him. I covered up the whole thing, kept my brother safe. A uneasy silence fell. Is the ninja, Gray Fox, here to kill me? I don't think so. Frank is here to fight you, nothing more. Couldn't make sense of it at first, but I think I know now. Kind of a duel. He lives only for that, I think. We're like 60% of the way through. A little more. We're going. Fox, Snake murmured, as though remembering the man who had once been his comrade. Tell me something, Naomi, he said a short while later. It's about Fox dye, isn't it? She said in a low, pained voice. It's a retrovirus. Kills only the designated person by first infecting the macrophage. Fox dye is engineered with an oxygen chain that responds only to a specific DNA pattern. The oxygen is what recognizes the target DNA sequence. Once the recognition oxygen responds, Fox dye repurposes the macrophage's cellular structure to create TNF alpha. Naomi had regained her old calm as she fielded Snake's question. What does that mean? It's a type of cytosine, a peptide that triggers cell death. The TNF alpha travels through the bloodstream to the heart, where it binds to the receptors of cardiac cells. And that causes a heart attack? The affected cells undergo rapid apoptosis. And the owner of that heart dies. Apoptosis? I remember that. Programmed cell death for damaged cells, Snake murmured. Tense silence descended upon it once again. Naomi? Yes? I know you programmed me to die. Naomi remained silent. Do I have any time left? Still no answer. Naomi, you have every right to take my life, but I can't die just yet. I still have work to finish. You have to listen. I'm not the one who decided on the use of fox dye. Naomi burst out. Not you? It was a part of the mission plan to infect you with fox dye. I wanted to tell you that. Naomi broke off, then suddenly made up her mind to continue. I'm not being honest with myself. Naomi? What I really wanted to tell you was, Snake, Naomi was struggling for words when suddenly a male voice barked behind her. Freeze! Step away! No! Naomi cried out sharply. She must have been spotted by one of Richard's toughs. I could hear the sound of a scuffle over the radio. Snake! With that last gasp, Naomi faded out of earshot. Naomi! Snake called out, but it was Campbell that answered him. Snake, I can't permit you to communicate with Naomi. What are you talking about? She's officially out of the mission. What did you do with her? How was infecting me a part of the plan? Colonel, let me talk to her. I can't do that, Snake. She's been confined. Colonel, you sold me out, didn't you? I could hear the rage in Snake's voice. Don't waste your energy thinking about things you can't change, Campbell said, his voice carefully guarded against any emotion. Stopping the Metal Gear is your first priority. Don't forget that. Can't believe Naomi was Gray Fox's foster sister, Richard murmured bitterly. Are you happy? You know who she is now, after all. I wouldn't say that. Richard's expression was complex. She said she wasn't the one who developed fox dye. Decided to risk putting out a feeler. Richard said nothing, and that told me everything I needed to know. It was you, wasn't it? Yes. I was taken aback by his ready admission. Fox dye was one of my projects. And Naomi? Was a top-notch professional. The fox dye research had hit a brick wall when she pitched herself to us. She'd somehow heard that we were looking for a genetic engineering expert. As soon as she joined the team, the project took off in a major way. Richard paused, then plunged ahead. I assigned her to lead the development effort. When the virus was finally engineered, it was she that named it fox dye. So on the nose. What I thought was was dedication to the work was actually thirst for vengeance. She didn't let that slip, not once, he murmured ruefully. I knew what his relationship had been with Naomi when I studied his face. You were seeing her. She was using me, he corrected and gave a hollow laugh. At that point, one of his men came tearing over. After an urgent whisper, Richard's face grew grim. What happened? Master Miller wasn't Master Miller. Richard was visibly shaken. What? The man I sent to investigate Miller just reported in. He found Miller murdered in his home up in Alaska. Who was it that we were talking to then? But there was no one who could provide an answer to that question. Around the same time on Shadow Moses, Snake had finally made it past the enemy's defenses and successfully re-entered the launch code. But something was amiss. As the code was accepted, an alarm was triggered. Launch code entered, an electronic voice intoned. All systems ready. Stand by for missile launch. Snake stared around him, aghast. No! I just overrode the launch authorization, he cried. His questions were answered by an unexpected source when a radio call came in. Thank you, Snake. It was Miller, or rather an imposter had taken the murdered man's identity. Launch preparations are now complete. Nothing can stop Metal Gear now. Master, what's going on? We're very grateful to you. Not only did you bring the key, you just entered the launch code for us as well. What? We never did get as part of the code from the DARPA chief. Even Mantis' abilities couldn't break through, and Ocelot managed to kill Anderson off before we could try anything else. As Snake listened in horror, Miller continued. You see, we couldn't launch the missile, not even a warning shot. We were dead in the water, with nothing to back up our demands. Master, what are you saying? With the launch code out of our reach, we had to fall back on another plan. We decided to have you work for us, Snake. What? Having Decoy Octopus impersonate the DARPA chief was a part of it. We were trying to extract information from you, but Foxdie got to him first, Miller said savagely. Are you saying this whole thing was fixed? Snake asked through clenched teeth. And it was all to get to me to unlock the... And it was all... Nope, this is Snake. And it was all to get me to unlock the launch sequence? Terra's mocking laugh rang out. Did you think you got this far thanks to your own abilities? Think again. Master, what about you? Are you a spy? The other continued as though he had not heard Snake's question. But everything is ready for launch now. Once they get a taste of the new warhead, the White House will have to hand over the antidote, and they'll have nothing on us anymore, ever again. Have nothing on you? What do they have on you now? The Pentagon's already accomplished what it set out to do with you. Happened right there in that torture chamber. You're the only one who's in the dark. It's not fun, is it, Snake? He sneered. Who are you? I'll tell you, if you manage to get to me. Where are you? Very close, Snake. Very close. Campbell suddenly broke in. Snake, that's not Miller. Hello, Campbell. It's a little late for that, the imposter said mockingly. Oh, yeah. Master Miller's body was discovered at his home. He's been dead 3 days. We didn't know sooner because communication was down. According to Mei Ling, transmission is originating inside that base. Then who are you? You've been talking to me all along, the man responded. Snake? His voice suddenly changed. I knew who it was. So did Snake. Liquid? Snake broke off communications and started to run. Water break. My dedication. Okay, sorry. Just looking at things. Okay. 100 pages left. No one can question my dedication. Metal Gear had already been activated by the time Snake reached it. Liquid was about to climb to the pilot's seat when Snake called out to him. The barrel of his SOCOM pointed straight at Liquid. Liquid! Are you going to shoot your own brother? Liquid remained languid. Why did you impersonate Miller? To manipulate you, of course, Liquid said conversationally as though the two were discussing the weather. It worked, too. You did exactly what we needed you to do. Snake's indignity was compounded by Liquid's next comment. I'm sure your masters at the Pentagon agree. Why do you keep mentioning them? You don't even question the orders that you're given anymore, Snake? Where's your pride? A warrior, reduced to a pawn? Liquid sighed exaggeratedly. All this, stopping the nuke, rescuing hostages, it's a charade. Charade? Snake was taken aback. All the Pentagon wanted was to effect a meeting between us, Liquid explained, obviously enjoying Snake's reaction. That's how the arms tech president Decoy were gotten rid of. Can't be. Actually, it can be. The point was to selectively kill us off and retrieve our extremely expensive genetically engineered corpses along with Metal Gear. You were sent in by the Pentagon merely as a Foxdie vector. Snock. It's because I read Snake in shock. Snake was in shock. Snock! That's insane. And Naomi, was she working with the Pentagon all along? That's what they thought. It seems she wasn't quite as soft as they read her to be. What do you mean? I have ears at the DoD. Naomi apparently managed to make some tweaks to the virus right before the mission. Her motive and objective are unknown. I heard Richard's impatient grunt beside me. Is that what you had Naomi arrested for? To discover why she did what she did? Snake challenged. Very good. It's disappointing that it was nothing more than a run-of-the-mill revenge scheme, but we still don't know what kind of changes she introduced to Foxdie. Liquid fell silent for a moment, then continued. But enough of that. I've already added Foxdie antidote to my list of demands to Washington. There's an antidote? Snake asked in surprise. There should be. Hunter would be the only one to know, but even that may not be necessary. Why not? You've successfully infiltrated the facility. We've all been infected with the execution virus according to the plan. Octopus and the Armstack president died of it for certain, but neither myself nor Ocelot, not to mention you, have shown any signs of infection. You're saying there may be a flaw in Fox-Eye's targeting program? Who knows? But as long as you're healthy, I'm safe. We share the same genetic code after all. So we are twins, yes, but not in the ordinary sense. We're the flip sides of a counterfeit genetic coin. Enfants terrible. Liquid's voice grew hoarse with anger. You lucked out. They handpicked all of our father's superior traits for you. Snake was silent. His father, Big Boss, was a part of the past he wanted to leave behind. A past tainted by the crime of patricide, but Liquid was not finished. Everything that was undesirable I got, or should I say that it was everything undesirable. Leftover, from the creation process that was designated to produce you. The only reason I came into being was so that you could be born. How could I be the superior specimen? Oh, but you are. And I'm the dregs. You can begin to understand what it was like starting out life as genetic garbage. The hatred and rage in Liquid's voice shook us and left Snake speechless. But it was me that our father chose, Liquid said slowly and purposely. Is that why you're obsessed with Big Boss? Some kind of twisted love? Love? Hatred, my brother. He chose me knowing that I was biologically inferior. Now I'm about to pay him back for that crime. Liquid laughed, mocking Snake's bewilderment. You couldn't understand that either. Someone who got the chance to kill his own father wouldn't. You managed to deprive me even of that revenge. But I will accomplish what our father dreamt of and never achieved. That's how I'll kill him. By suppressing him. Liquid ended his proclamation by leaping into Metal Gear's cockpit. Snake fired a burst from his SOCOM, but the bullets ricocheted off Metal Gear's armor. Damn! Snake gnashed his teeth as Liquid called out mockingly from the cockpit. Snake, count yourself lucky. You get to die by the greatest weapon the world has ever seen. It's the least I can do for my brother. Metal Gear, already in activation mode, started to stir. High-pitched noise, like the whine of a turbo engine, began to sound as Liquid's voice boomed out of the amplifier. I'll give you an advanced showing of what the rest of the world will learn soon. That was a hard one to read. That the 21st century will belong to a devil they don't know. Metal Gear struck at Snake like a living thing. Its state-of-the-art composite armor was virtually impregnable to all but high-yield explosives like heat, high-explosive anti-tank. But Dr. Emmerich had advised Snake to take out the radome and knock the sensors offline and bid for survival. Snake struck again and again, but he was fighting a difficult battle, given Metal Gear's immense firepower and agility. Finally, one of Metal Gear's huge feet lashed out towards Snake in a crushing blow. It's time to die, Snake! Liquid called out. The foot hit the floor with a deafening crash. Snake, however, had escaped. Someone had pulled him out of the foot's path at the last second. Get out of here now! The voice was a familiar one. Gray Fox! Snake cried out. The ninja, or rather Gray Fox, launched a fiery arc towards Metal Gear, destroying the radome. The tank froze in confusion for a second, and Snake and the ninja found cover during that brief lull. Why, Fox? Why are you helping me? I'm a captive, Snake. Death is my prison. You're the only one who can release me, Gray Fox replied, his voice clear and sane. Fox, don't involve yourself in this business anymore. Think about Naomi. She's destroying herself trying to avenge you. Yes, Naomi. You're the only one who can stop her, Snake urged, but Gray Fox's reply was discouraging. No, I can't. Why not? I'm the one that killed her parents. Gray Fox's dark words stunned Snake. I was just a child myself, and I couldn't stand to kill her, too. Took her with me because it was the only way I could think of to assuage the guilt. I raised her to satisfy my half-baked conscience, but she gave me the love and respect I didn't deserve. Called me her brother. Fox, we may have looked like a happy little family, but I was terrified every time she looked me in the eye. That she would see the truth. Tell her for me, will you? Tell her that I'm the one who took her family from her, not you. Many former child soldiers are permanently traumatized by their horrific war experiences. It was possible that Gray Fox's compulsions, whether it be taking in his victim's orphan child or returning again and again to the battlefields with Big Boss, had its roots in his childhood scars. There you are, Liquid called through Metal Gear speakers. Concentrated volley of Vulcan cannon fire followed, the rounds closing in on Snake and the ninja. It's almost time to finish this, Fox cried. I'll slow him down. Fox! Before Snake could stop him, Gray Fox leapt out in the open and went for Metal Gear. Could hear the roar of Metal Gear's Vulcan cannon. Gray Fox's reinforced skeleton gave him a faster reflex, and he dodged the volley. But the next second, his body had been plucked up by Metal Gear's massive jaw. Fox! Snake's shout reverberated throughout the hangar. Metal Gear's engine revved louder, and Fox's reinforced skeleton creaked audibly. How long will his bones hold out, Snake? Are you going to abandon him? Liquid taunted, but Fox was far from dead. A cornered fox is one of the most dangerous animals. Laser fire burst from Fox's right arm, and Metal Gear's radome exploded. Liquid was now blind since Metal Gear's cockpit was completely sealed from the outside. They didn't give you a Fox ring for nothing, old comrade, but this is where it ends, Liquid's unamplified voice called out. He had apparently discarded the cockpit hatch to use his own eyes and ears in lieu of sensors. The next thing we heard was an explosive crash. Was Gray Fox now under Metal Gear's foot? My fear was confirmed by the ominous and unmistakable sound of Fox's reinforced exoskeleton creaking under pressure. At the same time, we heard Fox's gasping voice. Finally, can finally die, and with you as my witness. After Zanzibar land, they took away the fight from me. I wasn't dead, but didn't feel alive. So futile for such a long time, but finally, it's over. Fox's voice was down to a whisper now. Snake, we're not just tools for politicians and generals. All I did with my life was fight, but at least it was my choice. Goodbye, Snake. With a dull crunch, his reinforced skeleton finally gave way. Fox! Snake screamed. Liquid laughed. He was a fool. It was over the moment he begged for death. He ground Fox's battered corpse underfoot with Metal Gear, then bellowed. Do you get it now? You can't protect anyone, let alone yourself. Die! Metal Gear's Vulcan cannons roared into action, but with all sensors offline, the fire lacked its previous accuracy. Robbed of his old friend and comrade, Snake gave free rein to his rage. Taking up a Stinger missile launcher, he fired at Liquid, sitting exposed in his cockpit. It was a direct hit. Even the composite armor could not protect against a shot that penetrated into the cockpit itself. Its piloting system destroyed, Metal Gear abruptly spun out of control and pitched towards the ground with a deafening screech. A massive explosion followed seconds later. Snake, caught up in the blast, was bodily thrown across the hangar and knocked unconscious. Snake was still out cold, but his radio was online. You could hear smaller explosions from the wreck of the Metal Gear, the sound of flames greedily sucking up the leaking fuel. Snake showed no signs of coming around. A few minutes later, sound of footsteps emerged from the general chaos. It was moving towards Snake. There was a faint murmur. Snake, it's not over yet, it was Liquid's voice. Snake, I yelled into the radio, but Snake did not stir. Is there any way to wake him? I asked Richard, but he shook his head. Liquid had reached Snake's side, and to our surprise picked up Snake's limp body. He started to carry Snake, heading into the direction of Metal Gear's prone form. We listened, helpless in a tense silence. It was Snake's battle. There was next to nothing we could do. Liquid had now climbed onto Metal Gear's back, where he carelessly laid Snake down. He apparently planned to simply wait for his adversary to regain consciousness. So, Liquid said. Snake was still out of action. I know you're listening. You have a radio implant in this one. It was clear that Liquid was talking to us. You think you pulled off Fox Die. Think again. You're never going to kill me with a thing like that. Never. The knowledge that he was already infected with the killer retrovirus made no difference to Liquid Snake. It was a force of will that commanded respect. You have no idea how excited I am, knowing that you're still out there. Revenge is a candy I've been deprived of too many times. The hatred in Liquid's voice was chilling. You, patriots. At that moment, Snake let out a groan. He was starting to surface. He's almost ready. Listen, all of you. When I've settled the score with this one, I'm coming after you next. I'm going to end your miserable lives in a way that'll make even the Reaper's stomach turn. I'll look forward to it, Richard murmured starkly. Snake groaned again. He was apparently awake. Still a light sleeper, huh? Liquid said to Snake conversationally. Liquid, you're alive? You won't get rid of me, not as long as you're breathing. Sorry, your insurrection was a bust, Snake commented. Do you think that I'll give up my fight just because you've lost Metal Gear? Liquid had lost, because we've lost Metal Gear. Liquid had lost none of his confidence. Your fight? Snake shot back. What's your real objective here? To make sure that the age of warriors comes again. Warriors like us, Snake. It's Big Boss's pet delusion all over again. No, his legacy, Liquid exploded at Snake's words. All throughout the Cold War, during the times of turbulence, the whole world wanted us, gave us our due. We were needed. He fell silent, as if to mourn for the days that were no more. That's all changed. Hypocrisy and fraudulent peace are replacing warfare. There's a terrible emptiness that comes from losing an arena for your gifts, and the terror that you will become a dinosaur no longer useful. You must know that fear better than anyone. Snake had no reply to Liquid's entreaty. I wondered whether Liquid's words had found their mark. The prototype nuclear warheads will provide me with the leverage to acquire my campaign funds. The funds will make more global acts of terrorism possible. Violence begets violence, and this complacent world will erupt into confusion. Violence, mistrust, and conflict will compound each other and create more hatred. In our sphere of usefulness, the ecosystem of war will grow larger and larger. As long as human beings are around, there will always be war, somewhere in the world, Snake argued. There's no need to create more. It's a question of balance, Liquid responded in a flash. The balance that our father fought for. And that's the only reason you need to do this? It's more than enough for me, and for you too. It's not the kind of thing I want. Not now, not ever. Liquid laughed at Snake's dogged refusal. You're lying. Why do you think you're here? You've been lied to, betrayed by your own team, but you still wanted to abandon the mission. Why? Snake could not answer. I'll tell you why, Liquid continued. Because you enjoy it. The thrills. And the kills. No, that's not. Snake was struggling for words, but Liquid cut in. Are you going to deny it? You've killed dozens of my men today. But that was... A Snake faltered. Liquid laughed in contempt. Every time you delivered the kill shot, your face brightened up. No! There's no reason for you to deny your own killer instincts. That's what we were created for, after all. What we were created for? It was all the encouragement Liquid needed to reveal the details of a secret project known as Les Enfants Terribles. Les Enfants Terribles. Terribles. It was the 1970s. The U.S. had not yet awoken from the nightmare of Vietnam War when a plan was hatched by key figures in the government to artificially create the ideal soldier. The man selected to serve as a genetic template for the project was the most famous living mercenary of the time, Big Boss. Big Boss was, however, incapable of reproducing, a result of past war injuries. As a result, his body cells were harvested for a cloning attempt. In addition to the existing analog cloning protocol, the program incorporated the so-called super baby technique. Super baby technique. The super baby technique involves carefully dividing the fertilized egg whose nucleus had been switched with that of the donor cell. The result is usually 8 zygotes, which are then implanted in a surrogate uterus. 6 of the embryos are strategically aborted over a period of time in order to boost the growth of the remaining 2. We started out as octuplets, Liquid reflected. Octuplets? Snake was clearly taken aback. 6 of our brothers were killed so that we could be created. We've been causing death and destruction even before we breathed outside air. That left the 2 of us, 2 zygotes that shared the same DNA. But there was one more sacrifice to be made. One of the embryos was engineered to manifest the full potential of its genetic makeup, at the expense of the other one, which was purposefully relegated to the bottom of the curve. You are what you are, Solid Snake, thanks to the death and deprivation of your brothers. Liquid surveyed the stunned Snake and smiled. But if you think that I'm the only sibling you have left, think again. What? The genome soldiers. They were bred from our father's DNA too. The only difference is that they're not analogs of him like we are. Liquid went in to tell an astonishing story. The Human Genome Project concluded late last century. The Les Enfants Terribles project and the intensive study of Big Boss genetic samples had led researchers to many of the secrets of the so-called soldier genes. The isolated traits for innovative, discipline, and other tactically desirable characteristics have been secretly integrated into the genetic structure of next-generation Special Forces soldiers. All those commandos you murdered on this base were your brothers, the genome soldiers. Incomplete creatures, certainly, forcibly grafted with a piece of Big Boss genetic sequence. But still family. They share in the family dysfunction, too. Their lives also cost someone dearly. How so? Human experiments, Liquid hissed angrily. According to Liquid, the military had secretly started treating its men with the soldier gene when the 1991 Gulf War broke out. The unexplained Gulf War syndrome among the returning personnel was apparently one of the gene therapy's unfortunate side effects. That means that those Gulf War babies born to vets are, Snake asked, stunned. Exactly, our earliest siblings. And the next generation Special Forces were the finished product? Finished? Liquid sneered. Hardly. They're defective. We all are. On a path to extinction, if you will. What did you say? You ever heard of the law of biological asymmetry? There's a natural tendency towards left-right asymmetry. On the other hand, species that ran out of genetic diversity are on path to extinction start showing complete symmetry. That's what's happening to the genome soldiers and to us. Snake stared at Liquid in bleak shock. Every one of us is dying on a genetic level. The question is when the decline will start. That's why I need our father's body, to get some answers. You expect me to believe, Snake asked, that you demand a Big Boss body so you can save yourself from the genome soldiers? Siblings start out life competing, but they always band together against outside threats. Why do you think that is? Liquid waited for Snake to respond, but the latter never said nothing. It's because they share your genes, and by helping them, the chances of your genes making it to the next generation are bettered. Natural selection favors nepotistic species. The instinct to help our own kind is an inherited trait. Your DNA is ordering you to help those genome commandos, Snake said skeptically. Say that 1,000,000 times fast. But Liquid agreed in reverential tone. No one could go against their genetic destiny. We were born for the sole purpose of recreating our father's DNA in its basis and most ideal incarnations. I will follow my destiny Answer pass it. I can break my own biological curse, and that's why I'm going to kill you, Solid Snake. He spoke quietly, but it was clear that he meant every word. He suddenly called out in a different tone. Look behind you! Meryl? Snake exclaimed. Meryl was apparently lying behind Snake. I guessed that she had been brought there before Liquid had carried Snake onto the roof. Is she alive? I wouldn't know. She was definitely breathing a few hours ago, though. She kept calling your name over and over again, Liquid said coolly. Meryl! She's a fool to fall for a man who doesn't even have a name. I do have a name. No, you don't. And no past and no future. That's the way it is for us, Liquid shouted. The only thing we have to do are instructions written in our father's genomes. Liquid, let Meryl go. After we settle things between us, we're just about out of time. Are you talking about Foxdie? No, the Pentagon. Seems that the DoD came to a decision when they heard about Metal Gear's destruction. They're not even interested in a Bonder report at this point. Ask your Shadow Campbell if you want. He likes to listen, doesn't he? Snake raised Campbell on the radio. All right, one more BRB. I gotta take a piss. And then, how many more pages? 43? Less than 50? Great. I'll be right back. All right. All right. Final pages. Here we go. Be gone in a flash. Colonel, can you hear me? I'm here. What's the Pentagon up to? You better tell me, Colonel. Defense Secretary's personally taking control of the mission. He's on an AWAC heading your way. For what? An airstrike, Campbell replied bitterly. What? That's not even the bad news. A bomber just took off from the Galena AFB. It's carrying the B-61-13 surfacing piercing missiles. Christ, Metal Gear's already been destroyed, Snake raised his voice. Doesn't the Defense Secretary know that? He knows. But because of Naomi's betrayal, he no longer has any faith in Foxdie's effectiveness. Your taking out of Metal Gear means that the threat of nuclear strike has been removed, and he's free to ensure direct and complete cover-up of the whole affair. By blowing up all the evidence and everyone who knows anything sky high with a nuclear bomb? Snake finished angrily, but Campbell's next words were unexpected. Don't worry, Snake. I'll halt the airstrike. What? Maybe a technicality, but I'm still the field controller for the mission. If I call in an order to halt the strike, it should wreak enough havoc with a chain of command to buy you some time. Use it to get out of there. Richard called one of his men over and muttered an order. There was little doubt that it was for Campbell's arrest. Snake and Campbell, ignorant of the roomful of ears who were listening in on their exchange, were still talking. Colonel, you know what would happen to you. It's all right, Snake, but you should know something. There's a top-secret internal investigation being conducted in Foxhound these past few months. Merrill was transferred out of Shadow Moses the day of the insurrection as a hostage to ensure my cooperation. What a... Snake broke off in disgust. Now go, Snake. Are you sure about this? You'll lose everything you've worked for. I'm sure. And this way, I get to keep the things that are really important and that I would otherwise lose. Colonel! All right, I'm putting in an order to halt the strike. This is the point of no return. What the hell? Campbell gasped. It seemed that Richard's men were trying to restrain him. The only thing we could hear over the radio were gunshots and unintelligible noise. I was once again a helpless spectator of a life or death struggle. Mei Ling burst in abruptly, as though she had seized the microphone. Snake! Mei Ling, what happened to the Colonel? I don't believe this. Tell me what's going on. Snake, the Colonel! Mei Ling's voice was lost in the shower of static before she could reveal more. Instead, an unfamiliar male voice started to speak. This is Jim Houseman, Secretary of Defense. Roy Campbell was just relieved of duty. Let me talk to Colonel Campbell. He's been arrested for compromising national security. He'll be charged with treason. That's insane. No, it was Roy Campbell who was insane if he truly believed that he had any real say in this mission. You. Snake was seething, but Houseman went on nonchalantly. The nuclear strike will go forward as planned. The sea will take care of what little there is left. It's what the president wants. So this is an executive order? The presidency of the United States is a very busy job. Very, very busy job. I read that weird. Let's just say that I take full responsibility for this strike. How are you going to explain to the media why you dropped a nuke on American soil? Don't worry, there's a cover story already. A band of terrorists took over the Shadow Moses facility and were extremely careless with their nuclear missile. You'd be killing your own genome commandos, all the researchers too. Donald is already dead, Houseman suddenly said with genuine sorrow in his voice. So you didn't plan on killing the DARPA chief after all? Snake asked. He was my closest friend. And the rest of the poor bastards stranded here aren't, so to hell with them. Is that it? That depends. If you transfer the contents of the optical disc over to me, there may be room for negotiation. What disc? Snake feigned ignorance, but Houseman was not so easily put off. The disc that contained the full exercise data. Donald is supposed to personally bring it back. I don't have it. That's unfortunate, Houseman said calmly. Fact remains that the two of you are a liability. You belong to an age no one cares to go back to, and you have the potential to needlessly embarrass this great nation. No, you cannot be permitted to ever leave that island. Take the time until the airstrike to catch up, then rest in peace. You are a ghost of the Cold War, after all. Transmission ended. So there's no way out for either of us, heard Liquid laugh as he approached Snake. We'll settle the score before the cavalry arrives. Snake rose to his feet. You've taken everything from me, Liquid said, and I'll reclaim it all, including my rightful biological heritage, right here. The two snakes closed in on one another. The final battle was about to begin. Then they'd start punching each other. Snake and Liquid had engaged each other in a fierce hand-to-hand combat, but Richard had other things to attend to. He had one of his men open a radio channel. Yes? What is it? I realized with surprise that the person he had called was none other than the Secretary of Defense, Jim Houseman. An airstrike was an unwise decision, Richard sounded displeased. With a nuclear-armed stealth bomber airborne, complete cover-up is no longer an option. They are not happy with this. It's the only way to destroy the evidence. The results will bear out the correctness of my decision. There will be no results. I've already aborted the airstrike. How dare you? Houseman started to roar, then suddenly petered out. He no doubt had remembered the powers that be that stood behind Richard. What do you intend to do, then? He asked with barely suppressed rage. There is another viable way to solve the situation. Make me take the fall? I don't think so. Houseman's voice shook with fury. Richard sighed exaggeratedly. You don't think so? Seems, Mr. Secretary, that Colonel Campbell is not the only one who truly believed that he had any real say in this mission. What are you saying? I heard the sound of scuffling on the other end. Scuffling, that's right. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Get your hands off me! Houseman had apparently been restrained. It was exactly the same scenario that had played out during Campbell's arrest. You have several choices, Richard explained with something resembling pity. It's up to you which ending this particular story has. I myself would suggest a quiet retirement from public life. You'll pay for this, Ames. I swear to God. Houseman spat out as he struggled vainly against his captors. Personally, I don't condone rough measures. Hope you'll come to the same decision. Richard entered the call. 24 more pages. The transmission from Shadow Moses was still active. Liquid's dying scream tore through the speakers. Looks like things are wrapping up nicely over there, Richard murmured. Richard cleared all the personnel out of the study. We were now alone. I could hear Snake and Merrill over the wires. It seemed that he had succeeded in rescuing her in time. Now the question is, what am I going to do with you? Richard said as he turned away from the radio. The time had come for me to make my move. I walked up to my computer. This machine has been recording everything that went on in the study and relaying it out to a remote location. Once there, the data was immediately backed up on an optical disc. It was no bluff. It was just a more covert version a real-time remote conferencing system. Because of my work, I frequently must acquire information from such unsavory types as black market arms dealers and mafia members who specialize in plutonium smuggling. The recordings are my standard insurance policy. I've already sent a message to co-location administrator. Co-location. He'll give the disc to my media contact if he can't get in touch with me by a certain time. That had been the mail I'd secretly sent from my PDA earlier. If anything happens to me, the contents of the disc would be all over the world. But Richard was unfazed, started to feel apprehensive as he calmly lit another cigarette. You mean this disc? He took out a shining optical disc from his inside jacket pocket and slid it into my PC's drive. A few quick clicks of the mouse and the playback started. I stared at the slightly grainy footage, horrified. The audio seemed overly loud in the silent room. More water? You should be hearing from him soon. You're clear on how to use the radio? Richard's voice was raspy in playback, but it was definitely the data I'd secretly collected and sent out. How? You shouldn't underestimate me, Richard said as he ejected and pocketed the disc. Everything in this house has been vetted and monitored since the operation started. Nothing got in or out without my knowing about it, including electronic signals. That email you sent from the bathroom never got to its destination. He'd seen right through me. With that realization, I felt strength leaving my body. The game was up. But even if you had managed to get this data out in the world, that wouldn't have guaranteed your safety. No one would have believed yet another conspiracy theory, least of all the press. People would have made sure of that, I'm sure. Whoops. Instead of answering, Richard stubbed out his cigarette and slid his right hand inside his jacket. There was an awkward bulge there, in the clean line of his tailored jacket. It was where he kept his gun holstered. Cold sweat trickled down my back. I was slowly backing away from Richard, and I did not even realize the fact until my back hit the wall. There was no way out. Are you really prepared to kill me? I could not hide the tremor in my voice. You should know the answer to that, he said quietly, looking me straight in the eye. Then he pulled his hand out from under his jacket, and I instinctively shut my eyes. But even after what felt like an eternity, the muffled shot and the pain I was expecting did not come. I rarely opened my eyes and saw what was in his hand. It was not a gun, but a disc. Everything you ever wanted to know about Fox Die. Richard walked up to me and placed the disc in my hand. As I said, recording what took place in this room won't guarantee your safety. There's no solid proof, just talk. It can easily be denounced as a fabrication and covered up. But the Fox Die data is a different story, he continued. This disc contains everything about the project, from its origins to the names of every individual involved. As long as you have this as an insurance, they won't be able to touch you. Why, Richard? He did not answer my question. You better get out of here quickly. Your car's just out back. What about you? It's not something you need to worry about. But you don't need me, Nastasha, and I have things to take care of. Why are you doing this? I asked again. You'll figure it out someday. Do what you have to do, all right? He suddenly held me close and put his lips on mine. Smooth. As we broke apart after a long kiss, he whispered in my ear, I wanted to do this again, just one last time. Then he gently eased me away. Now go, hurry. There was gravity in his voice that allowed only one response. I nodded and sped out of the room. That was the last I ever saw of Richard Ames. After I fled from California, I went into hiding. There had been no sign of pursuit for now. The terrorist incident on Shadow Moses Island came to a conclusion with the destruction of Metal Gear and the death of Liquid Snake. The United States government, however, had not yet officially acknowledged the incident. The roster of the dead included Liquid Snake, Psycho Mantis, Sniper Wolf, Decoy Octopus, and Vulcan Raven. Revolver Ocelot's body was never recovered, but his personnel file was closed with the notation missing in action. Foxhound had, in effect, been decimated. The survivors from the Next Generation Commando Unit were all removed to the Peace AFB in New Hampshire, ostensibly for training. As far as I can know, they remain prisoners there to this day. The government had repeatedly denied allegations of genetically engineering super soldiers, but rumors that the research continues remain persistent. The deaths of Donald Anderson, the DARPA chief, and Kenneth Baker of Arms Tech ended the development of a new Metal Gear. Metal Gear Rex unit itself has been all but completed under the Hal Emmerich's leadership, but my source at Lawrence Livermore indicated that the railgun warhead delivery system had not been fully operational. Apparently, there had been some serious issues with the railgun's targeting accuracy. This was no doubt the reason Baker had entrusted Snake with the exercise data, and Jim Houseman, the Secretary of Defense, had so aggressively pursued its whereabouts. The data is now lost, and the development program had been closed down. I dare to dream that the new nuclear delivery system will never see the light of day. A few days after the incident, I heard on the news that Houseman had shot himself. The suicide was attributed to a temporary nervous breakdown related to job stress. Supporting statements from family and subordinates were widely aired. Airstrike order for Shadow Moses was glossed over as an unfortunate evidence of the late defense secretary's unraveling mental state. I remembered Houseman's words from the final hours of the mission and thought I knew what had really happened. He had refused to take the fall and paid for the defiance with his life. Oof. The record of the Shadow Moses incident and the Foxdie data disk that Richard gave me are all still under my vigilant guard. Foxdie program data covers Naomi's careful analysis of the unauthorized reconfiguration she had made to the virus. The information showed that Snake had indeed one of the targets for the deadly retrovirus, but the incubation period had been changed to a wildcard value. Even Naomi herself did not know when the virus would awaken within Snake. It must have been the best revenge she could think of, condemning him to live in this fearful limbo. What if I just stopped here with like 4 pages left? Colonel Roy Campbell was released after the Defense Secretary's own arrest and is once again enjoying his retirement. Mailing also made it safely out of the mission and is back in academia. Dr. Hal Emmerich did not return to Arms Tech following his rescue from Shadow Moses. His whereabouts are unknown, but there is some indication that he made his way to England where he has family members. Snake and Meryl appear to have successfully made it off Shadow Moses Island. Could however find no trace of them. I hope that the same is true for those who have an interest in seeing them silenced. Naomi Hunter was formally taken into custody after the incident's conclusion. 3 weeks later, as she was undergoing debriefing in a certain facility, she escaped. She has not been heard of since. Officials were closed-mouthed about the circumstance of the escape, but inquiries into others' quarters elicited the fact that someone had broken Naomi out of the base. I knew of only one person who could have breached the base's tight security and successfully led someone to freedom. And then there was the matter of Richard Ames. I called in a favor and had inquiry made to the DIA about one Major Richard Ames. The agency's response was that there was no DIA personnel fitting that name and description. Buying my safety and freedom had been a costly act for Richard. It was then that I decided to go public with what I knew. By exposing the conspiracy, I may be putting myself in renewed danger, but I'm through with being a spectator, an objective bystander. Powerlessness I felt watching Snake's solitary war on Shadow Moses has been a bitter wake-up call. This time, I am determined to make a stand. This is my war now, to tell the truth about what happened on that island. That is my responsibility and privilege as a survivor, and a cause for which I am prepared to give my life. This is why when I read a visual novel on this channel, I much prefer ones that do have like pauses or is voiced or something. Because reading for 2 hours straight, I'm like, all right. That means I have like, I can play for like an hour or an hour and a half. That's great. Perfect. I feel like I don't want to talk now. All right. So we recall everything that's going on. We got to get here, right? We got to get... Oops, I'm moving around the whole thing. Everywhere but where I need to go. We need to go here. We recently got card 2 or 3. We upgraded our card thing. We got to get there. There's like hostages. We need to save a certain hostage. Something about a heartbeat or something. Can I like... Let's call some people while I catch my breath.
Right. Make contact with Ames and find out where the president is. Our information indicates that Ames is being held in the
Wait, Ames?
Of Shell 1's core. Head for the core of Shell
We were
1.
just reading the fucking thing.
Shell 1's core has
Richard Ames?
tight security. Impersonate an enemy personnel to infiltrate the section. For a proper disguise, select the enemy field.
Oh yeah, we got the new uniform and we need to get a weapon too.
To blend in. But you still need one more thing.
Yep.
It will look suspicious if you're not carrying the standard equipment. All personnel in the Corps are equipped with AK-74Us. Select your own AK when you're in disguise. Find yourself an AK. You have a level 2 card in your possession. Go and search the warehouse in Strut F.
Oh, that's really handy that the game is like F. Maybe we were told that at the end of the last thing, but is F? What the fuck is F? Oh, F is back here. Okay, so we go back, get an AK here, and then go back through here, and we're probably gonna go through here. So get an AK, combine the AK and our new equipment we just got, the outfit. Come back, go to this, impersonate a thing, go in here, find the people being being hostaged, like it's a verb, hostaged, and then we're fine. Everything's great. Oh, I should probably call the others. You know, we're gonna talk to everyone, yeah?
Pliskin, do you read me?
What's up, Raiden?
I just ran into a guy decked out like a ninja.
A ninja?
Yeah.
Ninja.
Do you know anything about this?
No. Can you trust that costumed freak?
I don't know. But the colonel told me to follow the guy's instructions.
And like a good soldier, you'll do it, right? I'll let you in on a little secret, kid. The ninja that was publicized in the Shadow Moses incident no longer exists. The guy you met has no connection whatsoever with the incident.
And how do you know that?
Because I do.
Huh?
Just be careful who you trust, okay?
So I was thinking about it since yesterday, because we had streamed part 2, our stream of this. I have so many thoughts. This Pliskin guy, originally I was like, surely that's just Snake, and he doesn't want to say Snake. And that might still be the case. I can't tell if I'm being dumb by thinking that that's the case, or the game, what the game is hiding from us, or whatever. But I was thinking about it since last time. At the end of Metal Gear Solid 1, there was one of the last things, I think Revolver Ocelot had said, or someone had confirmed that remember what we had just read too, the whole bit was that there were eight I don't know what eight sperms, I don't know, like eight snake brothers or siblings, however you want, I don't know how do you describe it. But they were terminated as to create boost whatever the fucking liquid and solid. I don't fucking know. Is there a chance? Is there a chance that he just looks like Snake and is voiced by David Hayter because he's the third? Because what the thing said was that, oh, they don't know that there was more than just the 2 that survived or something or another. I forget exactly what the line was at the end of 1. But is there a chance that he's not Snake and it's the third one? Or is that what the game wants us to think? Is it reverse psychology? Is it just reverse psychology? Or is there no psychology going on? I have no idea what the hell I'm supposed to think at this point. What happens if I call Stillman? Okay. That's about what I thought. That's about what I thought. Okay. We got to get to... I don't need the sensor anymore, right? Scope that I definitely never use. What if I just smoke? Smoke a bit. All the stress that's got me stressed. Dog tags? Select special and title screen. Nothing happens any of that. Look at me. Got some boxes. I'm missing box 4. I've got 1, 2, 3, and 5. Now I do need to remember. I think we go through here to get out. Alright, gotta remember how to play. I kind of vaguely remember the... If we just come through here, they can't see me. Easy. There's a guy up here, isn't there? I need to go when he's not peering over the edge. We've made this mistake before. I hear a drone thing. God damn it. You've got to be kidding me. It flew right at me, dude. It flew right at me. That's some actual bullshit. Are there gonna be people fucking coming through this door now? Fuck. That's some actual bullshit. That thing was just ready to... I'm pissed. Can I throw a chaff and just immediately, like, be rid of this? If they're jammed. Bam. Okay, that works. I should have probably just... I should have thrown a grenade. For some reason, I was, like, being all cautious of ammo or something. Alright, so somewhere in here, they said there's an AK. Bum, 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 bum. Kind of want the heat to get down.
Nothing here.
Nothing here. Wait, probably where there's some... I don't have 3. I got a 2, though. Maybe in here, then? C4. C4 is not what I want, though. I've got a book. I got Claymore. God, they're right outside this room. They need this fucking... It's like the game knows that I'm desperately trying to get out of here. Is this guy literally just pacing back and forth in front of the door?
Freeze!
Now watch this. Put this away. I'm taking this body with me. I rarely have done this in this game so far, but I think this will help. If I hide him in here, no one's gonna look in here. You know what I mean? The only problem is gonna be once they do the whole communication, like, oh, they're not answering kind of thing. Actually, in fact, just to make this easier on me. So I don't even have to deal with him waking up at some point. Oh, shit.
There's somebody there.
No, no one's here. No one's here. No one's here. Trust. Oh! That startled me. I noticed it way too late.
Right.
God damn it. I saw the thing off to the side right when I walked through. I'm so hyper focused on, like... God damn it. Gosh. I'm an idiot. That's all I know. Ah, damn. My whole plan of...
Nothing here.
It's fine. Now I won't have to do this whole thing, maybe. I think that was probably the weapon I needed too. Okay. Let's be smart here. I wanted to trigger the phone call. I was like, I don't want to walk forward.
There are IR sensor traps in that location.
Infrared sensors?
Right. A booby trap connected to plastic explosives.
Oh, I didn't know that.
IR beam will trigger the detonation of a critical amount of Semtex.
How would I have known?
Killed. Make no mistake about it. Avoid contact with the beams at all cost.
All right, so we gotta. This is how we do this. Yeah, I see. Okay, so I see the beams. I'd assume... Can I hit this? There we go. That's got to short that. M4. That's the assault rifle I need. Let's fucking go. Assault rifle, 30 rounds per magazine. Press that to aim. Press that for full automatic fire. We're golden. Gonna be golden. Wait, is there? I see a little tube here on the radar. Damn it. Back that ass up. Well then, why? Oh shit. That guy on the right had to be where he was, coming down immediately. God.
Nothing here.
Nothing here. Alright, once. Nothing here. Dun, dun, dun. I gotta check these other rooms to see. This is a 3. Shim dun dun dun. Shim dun dun dun. That's also 3. What is this? This is just out. FA connecting bridge. Now I don't want to go this way. I gotta go right back. Unless I want to go through here. We haven't seen what's this. I know what this connecting thing is. It's the falling out bridge thing that we've fallen down a couple times. But I think the devil you know is better than the devil you don't, yeah? So, oh shit. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. There's a man. I mean, what was I supposed to do there? There was a man coming right, like, how is it? I didn't know if he was going to stop or not. Box time. Which box do we want? Which box looks the best? Perishable foods? No. Appliances? Daily supplies? Zone of the Enders? I'm gonna go... Okay. Run. Alright, we just gotta sneak right back out. Nothing here. Nothing here. Alright, I'm gonna take the, this path back through. Bum, bum. Shka-dun, dun. Bum, bum. I know, don't beep at me. Don't come down. Don't come over here. There we go. Alright, we're good. Alright, chaff grenade thrown in here, outside. And then we just run across the bridge. Don't stop running. I think if we stop running, we're fucked. I think that's the problem that we could run into. Toss this shit. Now, the other thing... Oh, I should probably throw it before I... Whoop. The other problem is that there's that man, we've run into this problem, that's perched way up. If I could actually take him out from, like, long range, because I don't want him to see me running across the bridge. Then we're having a problem. So there's a chance I could maybe... This guy. Do you think I can hit him? Oh my god. Ooh! Perfect! Go, 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 go. Go, 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 go. Go, 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 go. Alright, we run across this bridge. Don't stop running. Don't stop running. Don't stop running. Even when you think you're safe. I just took him. I just took him for a ride. I was like, I knew that man was there. It's like, I can't. Okay, perfect. All right, we're in. We're in. We are fucking in. Okay, so if I combine, bum bum bum, where's my outfit? Boom bum bum. This and dun 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 dun. This. I've got the perfect disguise, right? Do I put this to the test? Camera doesn't mind. Can I? Hello. What do you mean? What do you mean? Fuck. What do you mean? I thought I was gonna be completely blended in with them. Oh shit, they shot some. Ow, they have like shotguns and shit. What if I just do this? What if I impress them with my moves?
No, this isn't happening. Jack, you have to answer me. Jack! Jack!
Okay, so I had to limit test. I had to limit test because in my head, I'm like, do I just think that this, maybe it's I'm not in the right area. The fucking I mean, I'm gonna try one more time. Maybe it's because I was really close to him. Maybe they got suspicious because I was... They looked at me and they were like, you clearly... I looked the part, yeah. I got a weapon. Is this what if this isn't the right weapon? They said assault rifle, yeah?
Shell 1's core has extremely tight security. Impersonate an enemy personnel to infiltrate the section. For a proper disguise, select the enemy field uniform you receive from the ninja. This will allow you to blend in. But you still need one more thing. It will look suspicious if you're not carrying the standard equipment. All personnel in the Corps are equipped with AK-74Us. Select your own.
I don't think I have the right
AK when
weapon.
you're in disguise. Find yourself an AK. You have a level 2 card in your possession. Go and search the warehouse in Strut F.
I didn't get the right weapon. An M4 is not... You know what happens when you make an ass out of you and me. Shit, man. Ah, fuck. That can beep at me all at once. I don't give a shit. I got the wrong weapon. I did in Strut F somewhere else. It's probably downstairs. I grabbed one weapon and thought that was it. That's frustrating. What happened to the chaff grenade? Did I not throw it? Was the first one a dud? Oh, they're still down!
Right, what's wrong? Right, right.
Can I not get back across? This is gonna be... Okay, I have one idea. That makes sense then why the chaff grenade didn't go off. I probably tossed it down the hole. That makes a lot of sense. I don't know if I can do this. I might have to go all the way back around. Nope, you can't. I thought I could shimmy across or something.
Right.
Oh no!
Right. Raiden.
I think I have to now go to the left. I have to come through this building and actually take this and then go all the way the long way. Isn't that some bullshit? There's no fucking way. Oh, man. I really fucked myself here, didn't I? Well, there's two right on this outset. Let me see what I can do. When the second guy comes here. Oh, there's a third! Fuck! No, don't wake him up. Don't wake him up. I'm going in here blind. I'm being called.
I see an elevator over there. You'll be able to travel from floor to floor now. Push the action button in front of the panel you see next to the elevator. The elevator should arrive in a few minutes. That elevator is a cut above the usual. Do you see that strange-looking surveillance camera above the panel?
Yeah, it's not responding when I enter its field of vision. What is it?
The camera apparently goes online only when someone activates the panel. In other words, it's there to check on the person trying to use the elevator.
If you're not disguised as a terrorist, you'll be spotted as soon as you call the elevator.
I think I can just go around this. Is it broken? Oh, what? It's the BC. This would be... Ah. I can't get through. It's... This game hates me. All right, let me think. Oh. It's just a woman. It's just... This game just has women. For $5, name a woman. Yeah, fucking the, random lady in a Metal Gear game poster. Okay, let me just make sure now that I've got this that I can't actually get through this. Yeah, that's fucked. So there literally has to be, unless I've soft locked myself. Unless I've soft locked myself, there's got to be a way back. There simply must be a way. Okay. Oh, I should probably chaff grenade again. Fuck. I'm so bad at tossing these. Okay, let me think. You said shimmy? Oh, fucking hell. I don't think I'm gonna have enough time. Well. These things are gonna start shooting at me. They're gonna start shooting at me so quick. Ah, fuck this man! Trap grenade! Fuck! Alright, I think I gotta go downstairs. I grabbed the weapon thinking that was gonna be the only weapon I needed. I'm so pissed. I'm so pissed at everything. I'm so mad. No, they see me too now. Dun 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 dun. Fuck. Oh, not having my radar sucks. That's the door number 2. Is that the door I needed? I'm hiding in here. Fuck it. They don't know I'm here. Fuck it. They don't know that I'm a box. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine. Bump. Bump. Oh, I see you guys joining. You didn't want to come while I was reading 2 hours worth of that that Nastasha story time. You didn't want to. You didn't want story time with me where I read for 2 hours nonstop. The Nastasha story. Die hard Metal Gear fans. Okay, let's do this. No, happy face. No, smiley face. Okay, I got this. This is gonna be simple. No, don't cling to the... Here we go. This is what I needed. I think this is what I needed. Did I get excited? You were working? Oh, yeah, sure. I see. Actual, a decent member of society working? Can't be me. Does this do anything? Nope. Okay. Did I just think that... Did I just think that this would be what I needed and it's not? Got it.
Looks like you've got an AK. If you wear an enemy's field outfit and carry an AK, you can pass for one
I
of
did
them.
it. I did the fucking thing.
Listen up, kid, and don't forget this. Only the guards in Shell 1's core are armed with AK rifles. The others are armed with the AN-94, the official rifle of the Russian army. If you hope to disguise yourself as the enemy, you don't want to be carrying an AK outside of Shell 1's core.
Yep, I got that. I got that, man. I got that man who may or may not be Solid Snake. My new theory, I was saying earlier, it might have been before you guys joined. I don't know what to think about the Pliskin guy. I can't tell, as I said earlier, I can't tell if it's reverse psychology or reverse psychology or no psychology going on. Or, and I only thought about this since yesterday's stream, if he wasn't there, now I could be misunderstanding the story or what the implication was, but there was Liquid and Solid Snake were like two of the non-terminated, whatever you want to call things of the 8 original. I don't even fucking know the science behind it, but whatever that story was, where there was 8 siblings and then they killed them off to then create before they even were created or whatever. And there was like a throwaway line at the end of 1 where it was like, he doesn't know about the 3rd or something. Is Pliskin maybe He's the third brother. The third snake brother that we just don't know yet. And maybe we wouldn't have known. There's a possibility. I'm throwing it out there. But it could just be Solid Snake, and he doesn't want to say that it's Solid Snake. There's also that possibility. And I only remembered that line at the end of 1 since last stream yesterday. I was like, oh yeah, that was the thing that was said. But I don't know if that means anything. I don't know. I don't know what to think. I don't know what the I don't know what to think, and I don't know what the game wants me to think. It was my idea when I heard that line at the end of 1. Spoilers for the end of my 1 playthrough, where I was like, oh man, what if we get all the different... none of them were terminated. All of the Snake brothers are characters we're going to meet throughout this whole series. Brothers and or sisters. Okay, so we do this again. We come up, we get out, we throw a chaff grenade, we sneak across the stupid bridge. Huh. I'm gonna snipe the guy from long distance. Where's my laser? Here we go. Perfect. I'm gonna run. Please don't shoot me. Please don't shoot me. Okay, so the first time I attempted to shimmy across this bridge, I must have just not done it properly. Oh, makes sense. Makes sense. Oh god, the chaff grenade's ending. The magic fairy dust that disables electrical equipment. Oh my god, it's flying right at me. It's flying at me. God damn it. No! Not today! Fuck. I feel like I'm playing... I've never played a Hitman game in my life, but I feel like I'm about to play a Hitman game by putting on this disguise. Hello, fellow brethren. Hello. Hello. Where'd you come from? Oh yeah, oh. I don't want to get in their way because they're gonna think I'm like, how do I need to like act like an NPC. I need to be like, I didn't mean to do that. I literally was joking around. I just wanted to hold out my gun and oh my god. I just willingly submit. I didn't mean to do that. I was gonna joke. I was gonna make a joke about like just I was acting like them and everything. Fuck. And I hit the fire button. Here I go again. It's good. It's checkpointed. We're fine. I can make mistakes. As I do. Alright, hello everyone. This is what did I meant to do, like... Oh, that's why. I see what my mistake is. It's an automatic weapon, so you don't hold it out like everything else in this game.
Right, what's wrong? Right.
I see where my mistake is. The moment you pull it out and you hold square to like hold it, it's gonna start shooting. That makes sense. Third time's a charm. Okay. So I wasn't 100% paying attention to what Colonel said about this elevator. It was back before I had the disguise, so I wasn't paying 100% attention. But it was something like the camera activates once you press this. I think it was just a bunch of words for just saying don't hit that until you've got the disguise. Give me here. Whoops. Fuck. And what is this? Yeah, exactly. I can read the I can read the the fucking elevator. I couldn't think of the word elevator.
Recognized. You are cleared to enter.
Ah, shit. Okay. I need so that's the scan. I'm gonna have to like knock someone out and hold them up to it or something, I'd imagine. Da-da-da-da-da. Ba-da-ba-da-bum. Nice rations. Now I'm like, I feel like a creep checking all the insides of the lockers now. I'm like conditioned to. Is this nothing? Huh. Wait, is he scanning himself? No? What do I... Maybe I just sneak in right behind him. I'm just opening the lockers. Don't worry about it.
All clear.
What is she posing with? Is that a tree? A branch? What is that? Ah. Look at that dog. I think that magazine's called My Dog. It's blurry, but and is that? Why does that look like Jar Jar Binks? Is that what? If I squint, that looks like Jar Jar Binks to me. What is this? What is that? Is that kimono? There's the Jar Jar Binks again. Jar Jar Binks, Deftones album. Oh man. Cold drinks. All right. Well, there's nothing else in here, so I gotta figure out. I don't want to hit that because it's gonna be. I'll see what the bottom second floor has, and then we make our move and figure this out. Computer room. There's something down there. Something down here. Going into the first person. Do I know how to knock on the wall? Yes, I've done it. It's like this. I just don't use it a ton, but I think there was something in the game that said. that a bird? Is this just the continuation from this one? Okay, yeah. Bump, bump. Chicka-dump-a-dump. What was that? How?
Hello? Good morning. Good morning.
It's the bird talking.
Good morning. Good morning. What's up?
Collect all boxes. Oh, I got the other.
Anus and cancer.
Oh, I can't switch boxes. Ooh, that would be bad. I almost fucked up. I almost fucked up by wanting to see the box. That was bad. That was almost bad.
Good morning.
D mic.
You have the directional microphone. According to our information, Ames has a pacemaker. This should make his cardiac pattern fairly distinct. Use the directional microphone to locate it.
Ames. Now it's very funny, as I mentioned before, Ames is the name of the guy that we were just reading the 2-hour story about. It was, I think, Richard Ames. Now, is that just a coincidence or is that intentional? It was the guy who was with Nastasia and his name was Ames. So, and only a true Metal Gear fan like myself would understand. Now, I'm not going to take off my thing. I'm just going to cycle through and not release the button. I'm not going to release the button. Oh, yeah, I got a phone for something. I don't know what the phone is for. I'm not going to take the AK thing. Is the phone on this? Book? Directional mic. Microphone that picks up sounds where it's pointed. Can pick up small sounds. Equip and press that to call for aims. Interesting. What is this bird doing? Why did it...
Time for a treat.
Why is it showing me that guy? What is with this man? Why is he beaming it towards us? What is happening?
Time for a treat.
There's something about this man. What are you doing? What's up with you? What are they? What are they pantomiming? What is going on with the people here? There's something. The game is trying to tell me something. I just don't know what it is. Oh, hey. Okay, so we have some freak running around in circles. We have those two doing something for some reason. There's a magazine on top of this that I don't know how to get on top of that. And then they stop their thing. I feel like I gotta use my brain.
Top of locker. Top of locker. Ba-boom! Top of locker. Top of locker. Ba-boom!
What the fuck?
Requesting backup unit.
I think you can't bump into him or something. Don't look in here. Don't open. No, don't open it. Don't open it.
No. No! Jack, please answer me! Jack!
Jack. Okay. Okay. It's fine. I'll figure this out. I think... why is it showing me this?
Good morning. Good morning.
Dude yawning.
You have the directional microphone.
I think I
According
just
our
need to knock
information,
someone out and then
Ames has a
probably just...
pacemaker. This should make his cardiac pattern fairly distinct. Use the directional microphone to locate it.
Good morning. Good
I'm
morning.
gonna head back up. I don't know what it is about. There's gotta be some reason the game does this. But I'm gonna go with my original strat here.
You, over there. What are you doing?
Ah, shit, that...
Some help here.
Alright, don't go knocking on random walls, because they're gonna think you're suspicious, because you're just having fun. You're just a little silly, you're just a little goofy. Just a little whimsy, and then they distrust you. Fuck. If I immediately... I'm curious. Oh, they're coming right there. Hello, fellow guys. Wow, that worked. I didn't get to see what cardboard box transport action figures. Nice, equipped to wear. Well, don't do that. Oh, I wanted to get a ration because I'm hurt. All right. Okay. I'm gonna try. Hello, guys. Yeah, I'm gonna think just knocking someone out and then dragging them to over here will create some kind of like opportunity for me to just hold them up to the sensor thing. Get some of these people out of here. I gotta do this really smartly. If I drop this, and then I take this, and then I grab, can I grab you? There we go. Come on, come on, come on, come on. No one suspects a thing. This is how I would do. What do you mean, burp? What do you mean, burp? Don't burp me. If I was a... Am I misinterpreting? All I remember is there was something about a scan, like... Does it say a certain thing? Maybe I'll call Campbell. Maybe he'll...
Raiden, that's the biometrics-enabled door that the ninja was talking about.
Yeah.
The security system consists of a retinal scanner.
Uh-huh.
You'll have to bring one of the enemy personnel to the scanner to get through that door.
Uh-huh.
Raiden, the retinal scanner does not work on anything but living and open eyes.
Oh.
Don't knock the man out either. Be careful.
Now you tell me. Just open up his eyes. Just open him up. It's fine. It's fine. The sensor doesn't care if he's passed out. Just open his eyes. Fuck, what do you mean then? Shit. Okay. I gotta do this quick because they're gonna start getting called. Oh, shit. I'm gonna do this quick. But if he's... I can't put everyone to sleep because it doesn't work. It has to be alive? Oh, I know how to do this. I think I know. Fuck it. If I de-equip this. I didn't de-equip it. I hit the button. Shit, that was my 3 people. Wake up. 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 I had the right idea, I think. I wanted to just grab him from behind and then shuffle him over as like a hostage thing, which I'm pretty sure is a thing I can do. But I didn't unequip like I meant to, and I just shot him dead. They'll wake up eventually, yeah? I think it just takes some time. Maybe if I go on the elevator and... Fuck. God damn it. Oh, they're awake. They're awake. They're all awake. Okay, we're fine. We've reset. Tactically, we've reset. Okay. I think if I don't... See, I think it's going to be easier if I just have this guy come out. Because he'll come through here, past me. I can get behind. Unequip my weapon. He looks at it. I guess I could do it here, but it's fine. I've already committed to... This is what I wanted to do. All right, man. Oh. No! there's a range! Ah, you gotta be fucking... That's some fucked up shit right there. Just, okay, so I should have... Fuck. Go in here. No. Crouch. Get in here. This is why this is here. This is why this exists, maybe. Now we have to wait even longer. I should have just done it when he was hanging by the thing. That's probably why they have him pause right there. I was so determined to do it my way. Fuck, man. No, it's not the enemy. I look just like you. I look just like you. I thought it would be fine. Oh my god, they're shooting in here. All right, desperate times. Call for desperate measures. Grenade. Oh. No way that worked. I'm just gonna lay low for a sec. I can't believe this stupid grenade thing. Stun grenade in here with me got these guys enough of the diversion that they just were like, all right, well, I guess he's gone. That's insane. There's someone still in here. Okay. And then I re-emerge as if nothing happened. Hello, everyone. Where did that guy go? I wonder where he went. Oh. I wonder where he went. I wonder where he... That's so strange. He just, like, disappeared, guys. That's crazy. That's crazy. He just, like a fucking magician or something. Kind of crazy how that happened. All right, here we go. Oh, man, I should have... They literally made it so easy if I would have just... I only have myself to blame. All right, we're looking for Ames. We don't know if it's a guy or girl, it said. But maybe a coincidence or not, I don't know. Ames was the name of the Richard guy at the story we just read.
Raiden. One of those hostages in there is Ames. The only thing we know is that Ames wears a pacemaker. His heartbeat should sound different from other
Pacemaker.
people's, so use the directional microphone to locate him. Once you recognize Ames by his heartbeat, Keep the microphone pointed toward him. Then push the action button and call out to him.
This is such
If
a
it really
weird
is
plan.
Ames, he should respond in some way.
What if it's the wrong person?
The guards may get suspicious and come running instead. Security could get tighter, too.
All right, we're not
Try
fucking
to
this
be
up.
sure before you take the risk.
Don't call out to a hostage with the action button until you're fairly sure that it's Ames. If you do make a mistake, switch the microphone for an AK and get out of there before a guard gets suspicious. If you're discovered inside, they'll cut off your retreat and call in the reinforcements. You won't make it out of the room. The mission will be over if you're discovered. Don your disguise and look for Ames while deflecting the enemy's suspicion.
Yeah. There's no way I mess this up. There's absolutely no way I can mess this up.
Reporting no problems in the hall on B1 in the Shell 1 core.
How many people are we talking? It's quite a bit of what's Therm G? Thermal goggles. Oh, of course. Visualizes heat source. I was one to see in the dark when equipped. Claymores can be seen when used. Nice. Alright, let's take a look at everyone. Who looks... I mean, are they gonna look different than everyone else? What if they just looked important? Bandage, nice. Just taking a look at all our suspects. If I was a Metal Gear Solid 2 Sons of Liberty game developer, I'd probably put them amongst a cluster of people to make this challenge a little more difficult, yeah? So it's probably not someone by themselves. I probably need to... I'm pretty sure if I pull out the AK... If I pull out the microphone instead of the weapon, then they get suspicious. They're gonna see me. So this one guy who's walking around, I need to, like... probably... do it away from him and his eyes. This doesn't look suspicious or anything. Oh, fuck. I'm holding this. Don't worry.
Reporting no problems in the hall on B1 in the Shell 1 core.
What an awkward mission this is. This is so funny. This is such a video game type thing to do. Does that make sense? This is like... Who's got a pacemaker? What am I listening for? What? I'm wonder... I don't think it's any of you either. I think it's gonna be one of these people over here. Or maybe it's you. Is it that beepy noise? Is it you, sir? Well, I'll check the others. That's definitely a different noise. But I don't know. I gotta be careful. I want to get this first try. I don't want to fuck up so bad. I'm gonna single out him from a different angle to make sure I'm pointing at the right one. Go away. I got this part.
Problems in the hall on B1 in the Shell 1 core.
Go away.
You're Ames, aren't you?
Yep. Got it. Yep, that's exactly what I did.
You must be Ames.
Told you there's no way I'd fuck this up.
Keep still and listen to me. I'm not a terrorist. I got in here using one of their uniforms. I'm taking off the tape. Stay quiet.
Who told you about me?
Is it Richard Ames?
An informer calling himself Mr. X, dressed like a ninja.
I see. Take this thing off me, will you? I'm Richard Ames.
Yep. It's the guy from the story we just read.
No, I was set in by the Lali Lule Lo, just like you.
What?
Oh.
You're here to find out where the president is. We have little time, so I'll be brief. How about switching to nanocommunications first?
Nanocommunications?
Right, silence beats talk when it comes to safety.
Uh-oh.
Are you on?
Right here. Do you really know where the president is?
Almost certainly. He was moved to the first floor of Shell 2's core section.
The first floor. The core of Shell 2. Is he still there?
I don't know. I can't get a response.
You don't think he's been like the other hostages? A hostage was killed in retaliation after the SEAL 10 disaster, remember?
What are you talking about? Regardless of what they do to other hostages, they won't touch the president.
What makes you so sure?
The case.
You mean the nuclear button they took?
Right. And the case won't do a thing by itself. That case may be the single most advanced example of a weapons failsafe system. The password is nothing less than the physiological data of the US president.
Physiological data.
The president's own vital signs, heartbeat, brainwave pattern, blood pressure, and so on, are constantly monitored and relayed by his internal nanomachines. This information, along with the DNA pattern, serve as a biometric password, unbreakable even by the latest parallel processor supercomputers. The password entry itself cannot be performed unless brainwave patterns and heartbeats fall within normal parameters, rendering chemical and other forms of coercion impractical. In other words, the login must be made of the president's own free will. As a failsafe, the input must also be reconfirmed hourly, even after the initial login. If a valid confirmation is not forthcoming, the system will automatically cancel the login.
And that's why they can't harm the president.
At least until the bird flies.
Is there really a new model of Metal Gear here?
Absolutely. The black case serves as the launch key to Metal Gear as well.
Why would they hide Metal Gear in an offshore plant?
Haven't they told you anything? The entire thing was planned. The oil spill, the tanker accident that caused it, everything. The big shell was built specifically for the development of a new Metal Gear model. The inspection tour was to check its progress.
What's going on around here?
Wait.
Wait.
Here comes Snake.
That's him?
Huh?
Use the microphone to listen in.
Huh?
King, Fat Man is dead.
It doesn't matter. Saved us the trouble of getting rid of him ourselves.
Why did he betray us?
Who knows? They're a band of lunatics to begin with. Nothing they do should come as a surprise.
I'll have his background rechecked.
This is the third Snake, isn't it? Or something.
Think he was working for them?
We can't discount the possibility, especially with that intruder still at large.
Yes. The man in the sneaking suit.
You know more about those suits than I do.
But Foxhound was disbanded 4 years ago. So it must be the Patriots. What about the damage to Shell 2?
The circulation system for the contaminated water has been damaged. The water being drawn in is overflowing, and the lower block of the central section is flooding.
Seal the connecting pathway between Shells 1 and 2.
Big fan of the subtitles being small and big as you get them.
Already in place.
Any effect on it?
No.
What about the president?
The password entry has already been made to the black case. In 1 hour, we'll need a confirmation from him. His work is done after.
Make sure you keep him alive until then.
Yes, I know.
What about the unit's activation?
Almost
360 microphone. Oh, shit. Nope, it doesn't let you
all we
turn.
need now is for the girl to
Never
start
mind.
the system.
The usual method, I assume?
No. The drugs took
No
care of
fun.
everything.
Only a few more steps to outer heaven.
Who is that cyborg ninja, Shalashaska?
I cannot even guess.
What about you?
The matter looked into.
Olga, don't cast suspicion where it isn't due.
Where it isn't due, when you watched my father die and did nothing.
It's been 2 years ago, Olga. Let it go.
I read the case file for Shadow Moses, by the way.
Olga, how could you suspect me?
I know that the ninja is not one of my men.
How meaningful you make that sound. If Sergei were still alive...
If the old man were still alive, I wouldn't need to take orders from you.
Olga, Sergei was my best friend.
If you sell us out, I'll kill you myself.
Listen, daughter of Sergei. Don't ever let me see your gun pointed at me again.
If you wish, I'll put a bullet in your back instead.
Fighting. I took you both in when no one else would. You think any government would have you as irregulars in this political climate? The worst kind of wet works, maybe. But even that's doubtful. I recommend against switching camps. You've nowhere left to
Got
go.
distracted. Oh no!
Happening again?
This damn right arm. Liquid! It's almost as if it's having its revenge.
How much do you think we spent on that arm in Lyon? The best transplant surgery team in the world.
I never trust a Frenchman. There's something going on. The incidents are becoming more frequent. Maybe that man's presence.
Ocelot, I leave this place in your hands. I have the intruder to take care of.
Yes, King.
King. Is his name King Snake? Come on.
Really? Solid Snake?
That's what he claims.
I thought Snake was dead.
Solid Snake did die. But he's also here in the shell.
I feel like
Either
I'm
he
onto
survived,
something.
or there are two of them.
Two of them?
And that's impossible. Anyway, what did you manage to catch?
They said password input was complete.
I thought so.
You said the password entry into the black case had to be made by the president willingly.
That's right.
So this means the president is cooperating with them.
It would have to be, yes.
Why?
Probably tired of being a puppet, but it wasn't a smart move to betray us.
A puppet?
We're running out of time. They will fire a nuke. You know what you need to do before then.
Fire the nuke, but it's nowhere close to the ransom deadline.
Ransom?
$30 billion in cash.
What are you babbling about? The nuclear strike is not a threat. It's been the objective all along.
They plan to slaughter millions of people.
No, a high-altitude detonation. You've heard of the Compton effect?
Total disruption of electronic equipment caused by EMMA pulse.
Textbook answer. Well, when an average nuclear warhead goes off within the atmosphere, the result is an electromagnetic pulse of up to 50 billion megawatts. The EMMA field can reach tens of thousands of volts per meter, and most electronic equipment will be toast in an instant.
If one of the key movers of world economy stops functioning, it could mean the beginning of a global depression.
But that isn't their aim. What they plan to do is liberate Manhattan. Pull it offline and turn it into some kind of a republic. Hence, Sons of Liberty, I suppose.
Sons of Liberty?
Damn! Ocelot is coming. I'm going offline. search my pocket. Hurry. It's a security card. You'll be able to unlock doors of up to level 3 security.
Hell yeah.
Use it to get to Shell 2. Take care of the president before they launch the nuke.
The man.
He's coming here. Pick up your AK.
Pick it up. But my AK.
What do you think you're doing?
I asked him to remove these. I'm ill, you see.
I always knew that the DIA turned out second-rate liars.
What are you talking about?
No need for denials. We know what you are, Colonel Ames.
Uh-oh.
They knew that the president was planning to betray them. So they sent you in to keep tabs on him. Am I right?
You.
Uh-oh.
Sorry, Colonel. You failed to carry out your duties.
You'll never escape the Lali Lule Lo.
Is that so? What the?
You tricked me. I understand now.
What?
Ocelot.
You? Which team are you with?
The
Show me your face.
cool team.
You know who he is.
No, he is not one of mine.
Ow.
Identify yourself. We meet at last.
Revolver Ocelot having bad flashbacks right now.
Hold your fire. We need the hostages alive.
Hurry, get away.
But you died.
Arm getting chopped off, PTSD.
Leave this to me.
Dang it.
Colonel, Ames is dead. Looked like a heart attack.
That's unfortunate. However, we do at least know where the president is.
So there really is a new type of Metal Gear in this place?
Apparently. We're still looking into it.
I've also been told that the nuclear strike was what the terrorists were after from the start, not the $30 billion.
Right. It was a cover-up all along.
Colonel, what are you keeping from me?
I am not keeping back anything. It's not as though I'm told all the facts either. I'm pulling in all the favors I can to look into all this. Just be a little patient. Our priority should be with the president right now. We can take it that they've completed the password entry and are preparing Metal Gear for nuclear strike. Get to the president as soon as possible.
But the president is cooperating with them.
According to Ames, yes. But it's also true that they're about to get rid of the president. There's something else going on here, and the president may be able to tell you what it is when you see him in person. Once they get the confirmation for nuclear launch, they'll do it. You need to rescue the president before then.
Jack, I agree with the Colonel. You need to protect the president for now.
All right.
Okay. So I just gotta, I mean... I'm supposed to make it out there. So I gotta come through, but I know that there are... The question becomes, do I need to explore these other, like, go back through here? Because I know there are 3 doors. like that need card key 3 that I've now got. I guess we'll worry about that in a second. Oh shit. Don't come here, or you're gonna get shot in the head. Oh shit! I should have done it there. He's in that room. Shit, that was my chance. Didn't mean to do that. Hurry, 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 hurry. Do I need to go down to room 2 at all? I don't know. It's that Metal Gear thing where I'm like, okay, well, if I'm going to do it, I should do it now while I'm down here. But I don't think there was a 3 that was needed down here. I think I'm just gonna go up to 1. Fuck it. Okay. Shit, the cameras are gonna see me, yeah? Still can't head out here, right? Imagine that's a no-go. Great. Ah, shit. That was a little risky. Fuck. Oh shit. This guy. There's a 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 guy. This shit again. Okay. Watch this. Amazing. Okay. Chaff grenade. Out. Oh, the bridge is back. What am I doing? I'm gonna kick myself if I don't check the card key 3 doors in here. Like, and if they have like something important, like just to. RGB. gamer lights. Get up! Get up! Grab the thing! What is it? 40 millimeter 6-round grenade launcher. Press that to aim and release to fire. Grenade will travel in an arc and explode upon impact. Okay. That's at least something different. I take it. That's a 2. PSG. Sniper rifle. Aim in first person view, fire with that. Zoom in. Okay, this was worth it. I think. I say. Oh. Now the question then becomes, were there 3 doors elsewhere? I'm like trying to rack my memory. Is it worth it to do this? Not through there. I'm pretty stealthy. You know what? I'm pretty stealthy. I have one last chaff grenade. Fuck. That was stupid of me. That was really stupid of me. Nope, there's no one here. Oh my god. Oh my god. My aim. Tragic. I could be wasting so much time doing what I'm doing right now. I don't think there's a 3 in this room. Probably wasting so much time. I don't have a chaff grenade. I don't have a chaff grenade. This. It's fine. We're in the dining hall. I'm making my way. Ah! I don't need to be in there. At the very least, I'm refamiliarizing myself with this whole area. Is the, oh shit, there's another man. There's another man. Is this a camera? That is a camera. Oh. No. Why did I do that? Don't do that to me. What if I just sneak behind? Like, do this? You can't see me. What was the why'd the game try to scare me like that? Okay, so I'm... I'm putting everyone to sleep. Fuck it. Oh. Uh-oh.
Raiden, can you hear me?
Pliskin, where have
Pliskin.
you been?
Checking around. I'm in Strut H right now. How's the situation over there?
We have a lead on the president's location.
Where is he?
Shell 2 core, the first floor.
I'm cut off from the core where I am. It's a mess here.
All right, I'm on my way to Shell 2 right now.
There are IR sensors in place on the connecting bridge between Shells 1 and 2. If you break the beams, the Semtex will go off.
Yeah,
Got
I
it.
heard them talking about that.
Target the control units and destroy them. Make sure you don't shoot the Semtex.
Definitely.
What's the
Would
control
never
units
think to
look
do
like?
that.
Take a look with your binoculars.
I would never shoot the actual bomb things.
That's the Semtex. And that must be the control unit.
I would be a fool. Does that control this whole thing? No, I see more. I don't trust this at all. Wait, couldn't I just like... Does this still work? Is this a thing? Different type of bomb, maybe? Get rid of the coolant. We don't need it then.
Raiden, you haven't destroyed all the control units yet. Use the first-person view or the sniper scope to look around.
Dude, I need to take a couple steps? How would I know? Let me look around. Oh. There's a very obvious one. I missed. I didn't miss. I see one over here. I refuse to take out the sniper. I got this. They call me the sniper with a fucking handgun. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. I think that's one. Actually, you know what? I just talked shit, but... Birds, get out of the way. Birds, birds. You're gonna get shot. Birds. Oh my god, I'm... Raiden, calm down. You're swaying too much. I'm not taking my pill. I'm not taking my pill. Okay. No! Seagull, stop! Don't mourn your best friend. Fuck. Did I do it? How are we looking? I'll take a quick look. I think I'm good now. Bird killer? Dude, they were in the way. Look at the Sons of Liberty flag. Wait, is that a thing behind the flag? That I'm just now seeing? Can I shoot it from here? Oh my god. That's... Now how am I supposed to tell if the shot went through the flag or not? Give it a couple, Alright, I just gotta go for it. I didn't even finish what I was saying before it went off. I didn't even finish saying I just gotta go for it.
That's the Semtex. And that must be the control unit.
The bird got in the way of my shot, dude. The bird. Thing snaps. I think snaps to that drone thing so quick. Victim blaming. Got that. What am I supposed to do with... No, I do. I think I have that. I think it's this. Yeah. I just, you know, I trust my, a good sniper works with his shaky aim, you know what I mean? Can I, I don't get... There's clearly... Oh. Can I only shoot it once the flag is exposing it? Is this a timing thing? Do I have to... If I want the extra challenge, I gotta shoot it while I'm swaying and while the flag is blowing? Watch, I got this. Oh! Bird, don't add more difficulty to this. I missed my... Oh, my reaction time sucks so bad. Here we go. Ah, fuck it. Fuck. What?
Right. You didn't get all the control units. You weren't thorough enough. Take a good look at the airborne cipher. You can see the control unit for the IR sensor. The control unit is right above Cypher's camera. Avoid shooting the camera at all costs. Looks like if a Cypher is shot down, the resulting signal will trigger an explosion. The whole bridge would blow. Target only the control unit on the upper part of the Cypher. Aim for the blinking light.
Oh, it's already out. So what was that he was talking about then? I was so concerned about... Oh. Is that all of them? Is there a way to... let me see something. This isn't gonna help. It's worth a shot. Alright, there's more that I'm not seeing. I gotta get. We got this. Don't make me sit through this again.
That's the Semtex. And that must be the control unit.
I'm so bad. I'm so stupid. Alright, how many could there possibly be? Oh! Got it. Is there one, like, in there? I don't... There must be one I'm missing. Or at least one, I should say. Hmm. Did that do anything? I don't see where one more could be. Is it over the edge here?
Raiden, what you see there is a booby trap consisting of an infrared sensor and Semtex. The Semtex will detonate if the IR beam from the sensor is disturbed. Whatever you do, don't touch the IR beam. But there's no way to get through there without crossing the beam. Neutralize all the control units for the IR sensor. Those control units and the distance are obviously out of handgun range.
Says you.
Then? Use the sniper rifle to take them out. Use the PSG-1 sniper rifle to shoot out control units that are farther away.
Okay, I have an idea. I think I see. I literally, as I was calling him, I was like, what if there's something on top? I'm so smart. Oh, there's a little cutscene that would have confirmed I got everything. Man, I didn't think to check behind here. We're good. Everything is great. Oh.
Raiden, I found us a ride.
I'm all ears.
One of the enemy's Kasatkas.
Is it in good shape?
Full tank. I'm heading for Shell 1 now. What about that Harrier?
It's not on the heliport here.
Good. I'll set this one down there then.
Can you cover the hostages? They're being held on level B1 in the core. Pliskin, you didn't happen to find any other places where hostages were being held, did you?
No, nothing like that.
Okay.
How many hostages are there?
There's a few short of 30. One dead and several wounded.
The Kasatka's cargo area will hold 13 max.
What about the other Kasatka?
I sabotaged it. It can't come after us if it can't get off the ground.
Oh.
We'll have to make 2 trips.
Can you fly a Kasatka?
I have a pilot who's flown the civilian model, the KA-62 in VR. There's not a whole lot of difference between the military KA-60 and the civilian model.
Cleared for takeoff.
Raiden, let me introduce you to my partner, Otacon.
Otacon?
Hey, Raiden. Nice to meet you.
Intruders! Over here!
Damn! Raiden, I'll talk to you later.
My guy.
Colonel, I need some answers from you. Who exactly is Pliskin and his partner?
I know what you're thinking.
It keeps coming back to Shadow Moses. And now this Otacon.
AKA Hal Emmerich, PhD, a Shadow Moses survivor.
So Pliskin's just got to be Solid Snake. There's no reverse psychology thing going on right now.
Moses, wanted for acts of
I mean, it's just...
An anti-Metal Gear organization.
They sabotaged and destroyed countless Metal Gear units throughout the world.
And were responsible for the incident 2 years ago that necessitated the construction of the Big Shell.
Snake and his partner aren't terrorists.
Jack, why are you defending them?
I look back on what I've done here so far, and things like training and sense of duty alone won't get you through a sneaking mission like this.
Jack, are you okay?
You need something higher. I can't think of the right word, but it has to be pure will, backed up by courage, or ideals, or something like that. I'd stake my life on it. The Solid Snake that saved Shadow Moses couldn't turn into a terrorist.
Maybe that's true. But they went down with that tanker 2 years ago. We even recovered Snake's body.
And the DNA test results on the body say it's him.
Jack, I know what you're saying, but Snake is dead. He can't be here, not even as this Dr. Hal Emmerich.
But that also means that he can't be the terrorist leader behind this thing.
You know what? I'm so ready for this to all just be like one final VR mission that Raiden is undergoing, and he just doesn't know it or something. That's my theory right now. So they were really hammering. They were hammering the VR mission stuff. This is gonna be like a final VR mission.
So you're the boss around here?
No, not just around here. I'm the boss to surpass Big Boss himself. Solid Snake. No, that is not Solid Snake.
No, it's not Solid Snake. I'm Solid Snake. I keep saying Solid. I'm Solid Snake.
What a pleasant surprise, brother.
Save it. You brother of mine.
Don't say you've forgotten me, Snake.
His big coat is great.
Snake? Right, take cover.
Whoa.
Stop impersonating him.
Whoa.
Brother, I'm a whole different game from Liquid.
What? Oh shit, he hit himself with that inflatable shoe technology. Saw the snake. Oh, okay. No. It's gaseous snake.
That the best you can do, Snake?
Yeah.
Did I get him?
Did I get him? Oh. Oh, Vamp! I'm here.
We're in trouble. It's the Harrier.
Goofy. This is...
The world needs only one big boss.
Alright, so that's Solidus, who I think the name was mentioned again at the end of maybe like one, maybe. I think maybe it was like teased.
Right. This is the Stinger missile launcher.
Hell yeah.
I can't stand up to the Harrier. You have to shoot the Harrier down.
Oh, fuck.
Snake, we got company.
I'm counting on you.
Oh, you're just gonna leave this to me? Shit. Shit. Oh, we have the music? Oh, you gotta... Oh, fuck. Fuck. He's behind me. He's behind me, isn't he? What? I already got it. Gunshots. Can I, Get him. Okay. Get him. Oh, what? What do you want me to do about this? Oh my god! That should be instant death. That should be instant death. You just got... What? Huh? What am I doing? What am I doing? I'm hiding? I'm gonna hide from you. What do you mean you'll take care of it? Take care of what? Oh my god. Ah! Stop, stop, stop! Okay, I need like cover fire or something. Pliskin? Wasn't gonna work. Take this! Take this! I'm going down. Take this.
I'll take care of it.
I should just be running defense. I should just be the annoying... Oh god. Oh shit.
I'll shred you to pieces. Damn it.
It's fine, I got rations. Don't worry about it. Oh, come on. Is he gonna do his flyby? Oh, come on.
I'll let you go out in style.
Oh. I mean, I'm trying, man. I'm trying my hardest.
What the? Try dodging this.
I'm being... Don't make me redo this fight. Is it gonna toss me more ammo if I run out of ammo? How's that gonna work?
Use this.
Oh, yeah? Thanks. I fear he's gonna do his drive-by thing. I'm trying not to take damage here. Huh?
I'll shred you to death. No!
I went for brute force.
let you go out in style.
Nice.
Try dodging this.
That. Oh, it's a ration. I need that so bad. Bum 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 bum. I'm so slow at this boss fight. Bum 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 bum. I'm like bleeding out. It doesn't matter. Oh god. Ooh, I got him. Oh, I diverted him too. That's great. Great move by me. God, just fucking fire! Visions of hellfire! Now I see a health bar for the Kasatka. Could Pliskin go down? if I sucked even more?
I'll let you go out in style. Grandma, catch.
I did it. Good morning. Ah.
There's something coming up.
Oh shit! Wow, it breached. Boom.
That's Metal Gear. It's already active.
So majestic. Ah. Raiden. 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 Get up. Get in the chopper. It's munching.
They got my eye.
My eye.
Fab, go. Ha.
What? What is he gonna do? I meant to end stream like half an hour ago and we just didn't get like a good stopping point, and now I got dragged into a boss fight and now I'm like just wait. Is he running on water?
Running on
No! How? Vampires don't do that. I don't think vampires run on water. That's not a stereotypical. No. Come on, man. Come on, man. Vampires. There's no way. He's got too many abilities.
Raiden, you all right?
Yeah. How about you guys?
Barely managed, but we're all right.
The chopper?
We need some time for repairs.
Oh.
The president's all yours.
Okay, can I ask you something?
What?
Are you the Snake? They said you were dead.
Oh, my cover's
No,
blown.
Not me. There are still too many things I need to do.
Snake, you're a legend, and that's why I need to ask you this.
Legend? A legend is nothing but fiction. Someone tells it, someone else remembers. Everybody passes it on.
I'm here because I was assigned to this mission, not because I want to. If I could, I'd be out of here in a second. How could you come back to all this? Why keep fighting?
There's something my best friend said to me once.
What?
We're not tools of the government or anyone else. Fighting was the only thing I was good at, but at least I always fought for what I believed in.
What about the DNA results from that body?
That was Liquid's body. He and Snake are identical on the genetic level.
Liquid?
A deception, for our own protection. We stole his frozen body from some organization. Kind of a hassle, though.
That's all there is to it.
Are you two really an NGO?
Insofar as we're a non-profit organization of civilians advocating a cause, yes. The cause happens to be the eradication of Metal Gear.
We work on our own, but it's a cause worth fighting for.
Why would you stick your neck out for something this risky?
That's the way I used to look at it 4 years ago. I was holed up in the middle of nowhere in Alaska, drinking too much.
We have a responsibility to the coming generations, to the world.
What responsibility?
To keep track of the mistakes we've made as a species.
We need to remember, to spread the word, to fight for change, and that's what keeps me alive.
You think you can change the future?
I'm not as arrogant as that.
What you do isn't grassroots activism. It's more like terrorism.
I admit that.
But our group, Philanthropy, received some information. A new Metal Gear prototype was being developed here, and terrorists were planning to raid the facility. The information came from a very reliable source.
So you're here to...
We're here to stop all that. But I also have a personal motive.
Looks like the terrorists have his sister in the big shell. We're here on our own, not under anyone's orders. We have our own battles. Otacon's here for someone. I'm not.
This is a military mission.
Jack, are you all right?
No!
Just barely.
I'm
You
not.
almost gave me a heart attack.
Sorry, it wasn't intentional.
I know that, and I know I need to stay stronger.
Say a prayer for me, Rose, so I can come back.
You will make it back. I'm with you all the way, remember.
That means a lot to me, you know.
I'm going to save the data, okay, Jack?
Okay, I'm gonna call. Earlier I said that this is my working theory right now. Is this is just a VR mission, and he doesn't know he's in a VR mission. If that's true, and even if it's not true, I don't think Rose is real. I think she's fake. She's a figment of his imagination. I just got done reading a bunch of Fata Morgana, and it's all about like voices inside the head and everything. Rose is a figment of his imagination, and she just exists, and he thinks she's real, and she like died or left him a long time ago or something. I don't know. There's got to be something weird going on, and I have varying degrees of weirdness that I think this game is gonna trying to do.
Colonel, Metal Gear's already gone active.
It's not too late. You can still prevent a nuclear strike by securing the president and preventing...
No, I trust people even less in this game.
Get to the president. He's in the core section of...
Still don't trust Colonel.
I'm checking the satellite images. Looks like you can get to the core from the other side of Strike
I don't think
L.
Rose is real.
The core hasn't gone under yet from what we can tell. Follow the railings down, then jump onto the pipes.
The only viable strut in the outer perimeter is the L. That attack just now doesn't make any sense. It's like they have no more use for this place.
Colonel, you were monitoring the codec calls. That man was the real Snake all along.
Maybe.
Maybe?
Don't let your guard down with him.
Why do you say that?
Because they were never a part of the simulation. They're an unknown factor.
You can take your simulation and... We're out here, we bleed, we die.
Calm down.
I suggest that you do, Raiden. Even if that is Snake, that has no bearing on your mission.
Colonel, you and Snake used to be on the same side. I don't understand. I read about you and Snake in the Darkness of Shadow
I just read that today.
I don't give a damn what that piece of trash said.
Hey!
Do you get me?
I spent 2 hours reading that, Colonel. Don't call it a piece of trash. Do I trust Snake and Otacon? I trust Otacon with my fucking life. I don't trust Snake because he tried to gaslight me into telling me his name was Iroquois Pliskin or whatever the fuck he was going on about. When it was very clearly... Wait, can I make this jump? Is that what the game wanted me to do?
Raiden, what's going on? Raiden! Raiden!
I missed a bit. Oh, do I go like this? Wait a sec. Oh.
Raiden, is something wrong? Raiden! Raiden!
This has got to be the way to do this, though, right? Because then it connects.
Oh God, no! Jack! Jack!
Oh wait! Wait. Too many options. Too many options. There's like a concept in like streaming culture that's like throwing for content. It's that dreaded C word that I don't like. I have to stress, I never throw for content. I swear. And everything you see is genuine. Everything. How do I get up? Get up! This is not climbable? Oh. Gotta be fucking kidding. You gotta be fucking kidding me, man. You've gotta be fucking kidding me. Alright, let me try this one more time. I only just now noticed that there was bird shit to slip on here. I must have dodged it. Oh, it's because I was crouching or crawling. Oh.
Jack, what's going on? Answer me! Jack! Jack!
You know, I just like showing everything that's possible in this game, you know? Every little bit. Capital C content. I'm like stuck. I'm like stuck. Don't fall off. All right. What are my options here? I clearly cannot jump up. I can do this. What? Fuck. Stop. But there's a box there. Fuck. How do I get? I'm eyeing. I'm weighing my options. I'm weighing my options. Go around. Oh my! This is breaking my brain. You're right. I haven't tried that yet. Good point. This sucks. I hate navigating this stupid tube, man. Fuck! What a disaster on the screen. What? Stop. Everything, stop. Oh.
Jack, what's going on? Answer me! Jack?
I saw the thing, and I thought I was fine. I thought if I moved, I was gonna be in trouble. I thought if I moved, I was gonna be in trouble. They need to take me off the video game. They need to take me off. That's not what I meant to do. See, why isn't the fire here now? How did the fire travel? What? Okay.
This is not a pretty sight. Hurry up and check the situation.
What the fuck?
Encounter the enemy. Request
Ow, ow, ow! The bird is shitting on me, I think, too. I didn't think I'd get seen. I didn't think I'd get seen. And I thought if I got seen, it would be fine because the thing wasn't going to fly. Don't put me back here, man. Don't put me back here. Don't put me back here. here? I gotta try every time.
This is not a pretty sight. Hurry up and check the situation.
Deal with it my way. I should just trust. I should always just do what I'm good at doing, which is. Oh. No! 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 No!
What's going on? Answer me! Jack? Jack!
How? Dude! I'm so done seeing this stupid area.
No. No! Jack, please answer me! Jack!
You know, maybe it's good I'm gonna be off video games for like a week. Maybe that's what I need. I need just a good old reset. What? What was that?
No. No.
No.
Jack, please answer me. Jack!
What happened there? What? No. I am finding every single possible way you can fail this stretch of the game. I am exploring the range of every possible way you could die just on this little stretch of land. I feel like I'm going crazy. I'm fucking losing it, dude. Why does the fire start when I come up here? What? I don't even know. I overshot it. Oh my god. I mean, look where my feet go. Alright. This is it. This is the run. This is the run. There's no way I fuck it up now. There's no way. I'm holding my breath. My asshole is so clenched right now.
Is something wrong? Right. Right.
I didn't know what to do there. How do I transition? You know what? No. No. That's it for the night. That's it.
Jack,
That's it.
do you need to save?
That's it. That's it. We'll return to this when I'm back.
Jack, how's the mission going?
Fine.
Fine? Is that it?
Look, I really don't feel like talking about the mission. At least with you. I want to talk about something else.
Okay then. Let's talk about you.
Me?
Yeah, your least favorite subject.
That's not...
Oh yeah? Then go ahead and say something.
Like what?
Anything. Tell me something about yourself.
I can't think of anything interesting to say. Why do you want to talk about me so badly?
Because I'm curious.
But why?
Is it really that strange to want to know more about someone you love?
No, it's not strange, but...
You know, sometimes I... Oh look, now we're talking about me, not you. Why won't you tell me anything? About what you were like as a child? What kind of things you liked to do? What kind of people your parents were? I've never heard you talk about any of that. Why? Don't you think it's just a little bit unusual? That I don't know anything about my own boyfriend's past?
Rose, when I get back, I'll tell you everything.
She's not real. She's a ghost or something.
A promise?
Yes, it's a promise.
I truly, I've been on longer than I thought. I was gonna be on here for like 3 or 3.5 hours. I have to make food. I have to make myself dinner. I have to finish packing. I didn't finish packing yet. I have to get off. In a perfect world, I keep going into the night. But I'll finish climbing the stupid perimeter, whatever the fuck thing next time. How early is the flight? It's actually not that early. And I know you're probably going to try to use that then and weaponize it against me. But I hate packing for trips the morning of a flight. I'd rather have like a chill morning and be able to like sleep in. I come back later. I gotta eat! I have to eat food! It's almost 8! Just out of curiosity. I think it's like 1. I have to recheck. I think it's like 1 my time. Also, I'm like a dad who likes to arrive at airports early, you know, kind of deal. Takes like 20 minutes to eat. All right, how about this? I'm now you guys have got me. I'm thinking like. Now I'm like, all right, I'll fucking close stream, I'll eat, and then I'll come back. But then I'm. No, it's fine. We don't need to rush. We don't need to rush through Metal Gear Solid 2, all right? It'll be here when I come back. It'll be fine. We have something to look forward to. Oh man, I gotta do other things with my night. I gotta pack. I gotta worry about everything else. I'm trying. Stupid climbing thing. It'll be fine. We'll be all right. Everyone will survive. Thanks, appreciate it. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for hanging out. When I come back, more Metal Gear Solid 2, more Fata Morgana post-game reading. What else am I playing? I'm playing... Oh, Xenoblade's still going. Yeah. A week off stream, though. The longest break I've taken off of streaming, I feel like, in forever. I'll forget what video games are like. Enjoy the con. Thanks. Appreciate it. Alright. Sorry to disappoint. We'll be back a week from now. Don't worry, Metal Gear will be back. Have a nice night. Take it easy. Until later.